Nice.
To the Sea of Thieves! Quick as you like. Chop, chop.
Hello, my friends, and welcome. We are playing Sea of Thieves for at least a little bit here. It is Alex2CC's birthday, so wish her a happy birthday. Masafet, hello, my friend. How you doing? Good to see you.
Bring me any horizon, or else I'm going back to my mates, man.
I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Nice, Masafet. And thank you for getting those shoutouts, darling. I appreciate you.
This is one of those moments you're not soon to forget.
Need an exclamation mark there, love. Good. So we'll be doing this for a... Oh, geez, I am lagging so bad.
Sailing back from the land of the dead. I'm starting to make a habit of it.
Wow, this is terrible. I'm getting some really bad, like, rubber banding lag right now.
Being a pirate used to be much simpler. Time was I could go an entire day without pondering the mystical, imaginal, or phantasmal.
Love, you want to try again for Masafet? You missed the exclamation mark there, so the shoutout never happened.
This will make for an excellent story. Some folks may even believe it.
What is happening right now? This is awful.
This will make for an excellent story. Some folks may even believe it.
Why did it just fall from out of the sky to the deck of the ship?
Do we go through that?
supposed to do?
It seems to have loaded us back into the zone that we just left for
I
some
think your
reason.
might be not working, Sheila.
This will make for an excellent story.
I might be pressing the wrong button. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yeah, I put on push to talk because I didn't want to talk over you if I'm talking to, you know, my chat. And I was pressing the wrong button apparently. Oh,
oh.
what the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how our ship suddenly got turned completely around when we were trying to go in the portal, but now we're not where we need to be. Obviously.
Um,
But yeah.
how do we take that?
I remember how to use a harpoon, but it's not wanting to. What button do I press to make the harpoon pull us? I can't remember. Oh, it looks like we're drifting away from it at least. That's functional, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to get out of here. Last time I had this bug happen on this quest, we just kept loading right back here every time we went through the exit. We might just have to, like, exit game and, like, restart. I am lagging so bad right now. Yeah, we just got turned around and spat back out the other way again.
Yeah, we're gonna go through that. Through the two torches.
Yeah, we're not supposed to be in here anymore, though. We're done. We finished this.
So Jack is here. Let's see.
I don't know. I'm really confused.
Let's just we pass through these.
I mean, it can't hurt to try, I suppose. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I think our game broke, because we should not still be here. Yeah, see, this area we're at right now is the area that we sailed through in the Davy Jones was trying to sink the Black Pearl.
We'll see.
I don't know why this quest is so buggy. It's been out forever. If it's got a bug like this, you'd think they would have fixed it by now. You know, I don't know that I should have Dixper running right now because I forgot that it does not work with this game at all. I should probably turn that off. Now that I'm remembering that, like it literally does not function with Sea of Thieves. Uh-oh. There it goes.
Anchor down. Oh. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to just exit the game in order to get out of this, because we're stuck in this zone. I guess. Okay. Um, you do that. And that kicked you out too, right?
I'm on the starting. I'm on the start screen. I left.
Right? Um, I really wanted to go to the 48 hours, but I think that it might be over my
physical limit.
I mean, if you can't do 48, I mean, like I said, you know, you might need, if you need to get rest, just, I mean, nobody's gonna fault you for that. You've streamed a lot longer than anyone really
As
should.
Quill said, it was a valiant effort, but I think I have to end my journey at 42 hours.
That's
and
completely
get some
fair.
rest. Some well-deserved rest. Yeah. You might be muted yourself, Shirley.
I keep forgetting that I got push to talk on.
Um,
Yeah, I'm terrible with push to talk. But yeah, if you need to get some rest instead of streaming, I mean, you've been streaming for 40, what, 2 hours
now.
and 16 minutes? Get some sleep if you got to. If you can't do 40, that's
on
fine.
the edge of crying. That's yeah. I think I'm pushing my limits.
No, like I said, take care of yourself. Like I said, I mean, 48 hours is a bit much.
Um.
Yeah, if you're gonna go to bed, I'm gonna probably go play Genshin Impact anyway. I need to do my dailies and stuff there, so.
So you're gonna keep on, right?
Yeah, well, I guess I'll probably
So
go play Genshin or something.
I'm gonna send my lovely crowd that stayed here to you, my last teammate of the journey.
I mean, you don't have to do that. I appreciate it though.
Well, with all those people that have been rating me throughout this, is the least that I can do. Uh, I should write it right. I'm gonna go get some sleep and then wake up and do an end of stream stuff, post on Twitter, all the cool stuff that happened, and all my thanks when I'm more rested up.
No, makes
Thank you
perfect sense,
again.
yeah. I mean, you made a
Like
valiant effort. I could not, no joke, I
I
could
can't
not
even
stream
stop
nearly
the
as long as
tears
you just
right
did.
now. That's how freaking exhausted.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'm gonna do that.
Get some sleep, friend.
And thank you for joining me on this little adventure with Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And have fun with Genshin and whatnot. And thank you for everyone. And as said, I'm gonna be doing my thanks.
No worries, no worries. I'll talk to you later.
Read not go through.
Ah.
Oh, come on.
I was working on dailies earlier. I
There
just
we go.
didn't get them done.
Okay. That was a hell of a 42 and a half hours. That's for sure. A lot of fun, a lot of exhaustion, a lot of food, a lot of drink, a lot of shot, a lot of raids.
Yeah, I can
A
imagine
lot
a lot of
adventures
exhaustion.
in general. Um, yeah. Thank you again, and have a good night.
Good night, Alex. And thank you very much for the raid, my friends. I hope you had an amazing, amazing birthday. Welcome in, Raiders. Why did I get that notification twice? Oh wait, no, that was never mind, that was a follow notification. I just heard I need a one of these days get around to actually fixing up my notification sounds and stuff, but welcome in Aquilum TV. Thank you for the follow. I'll go ahead and disconnect here. My name is Shayley. I am a variety streamer. Obviously, we were just playing some Sea of Thieves with Alex, who's a wonderful friend. And yeah, she literally just streamed for 42 hours and 20 minutes now, which is incredible. And honestly, but please, please do, Alex, go get some rest. You've more than earned it. Oh yeah, no, I could never. Honestly, I could never even dream of doing that. I've done a couple of 24-hour streams, and by the time I'm 24, it's just like I'm about to use my keyboard as a pillow. Like, that is just way, way too much. I can't even begin to comprehend how you managed to pull that off.
Ad Astra. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Yeah, we're just gonna be playing some Genshin today because I am really far behind on a lot of the stuff because I've barely been logging in recently. Oh, well, wrong person. I don't care. Let's see. I need to condense resin, which means I need to get some crystal cores. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do with those. I'm not sure yet. Ah, I hate these things. But otherwise, how's everybody doing today? I hope everyone's had an amazing day so far. Catching crystal flies is so annoying. What? That was weird. Anything down here I can grab on the way down? No? Okay. I think we've... Nah, I don't know. We got 3 at least. I think that's all we got was 3. I might have 1 left over from yesterday. I don't know. Yes, I did. Alrighty then. Alright, that's that. Let us... One thing... That is not it. We need to get caught up on the event, because we are definitely behind on this. Wait, what? Oh, it's in Dragonspine. Ew.
Watch me make a snowball. Pew!
More quest lines of people that do not have voice lines, therefore I do not care. Honestly, I cannot be bothered to read this much dialogue in this game. I love this game, but I cannot be bothered with this. Hello. Why do I have to be
Traveler. I do not like this. Come here, you big ugly pig. Uh-oh. Well, okay then, Alex. Oh, jeez. Thank you for the extended stream redeem. But please, Alex, go take care of yourself. Get some rest. You more than deserve it. Hello. Honestly, having to use the Traveler right now is just so not awesome. My Traveler's not... I don't even think wearing anything at all. Like, I don't think I have any equipment equipped. No artifacts. Jeez, time remaining 17 seconds. That was terrible. With 30 or more seconds remaining, guess I gotta do it again. Yeah, I realized that later. Where the fuck is the... Oh, you're standing over here now for some reason. A wild Minky has appeared. Catch that Pokemon. Yo, Jay Dogging, what's up, dude? Thank you for the lurk. Can we get a shout out for Jay Dogging, please? Thank you, love. Alright, warmed up. Oh, wait, what? How did he get stunned way the fuck over there?
There we go. Give me my primo gems. Alright, endurance test. Navigate to it, and then we can teleport. Then we can... There we go. That's how you do it.
Order guide you.
Rim cutter. Cross over.
Delete all of these guys.
This is order.
Oh yeah, I'm newly experimenting with a different weapon on my Zhongli too, I forgot. I haven't actually used them since I leveled it up.
Order guide you.
No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse. Time to go. See? Go.
Raiden made that quest easy. I mean, that may very well be the case, but I'm pretty sure this quest is going to be pretty damn easy with this team too. I'm not concerned about this quest being difficult anyway.
Rim cutter.
And I don't have Kazuha, unfortunately. Wish that I did, but I do not.
Stabilize.
Let me weave you a verse. No, my sword. Position two. Cross over.
Order guide you.
Time to go.
Oh, come on. I was not trying to target him. I'm not chasing you. You can come back here and get your ass beat, or I'm just going to shoot you from here. Okay, I see it. Can you let me go so I can grab all the loot? Thank you. Oops, I missed that one. Oh well.
I will have order.
Well, I'd say his Q's recharging fast enough, which is one thing I worried about because I changed him off of an energy recharge spear. But it seems like he has his Q up often enough to not really notice.
Solidify!
Time to go. See?
Fair enough. He's doing a decent chunk of damage now too, though. And theoretically shielding for quite a bit more.
This is order.
Let me weave you a verse.
Yeah, I could follow your instructions and pick up stuff to help make this fight easier, or I could just destroy my enemies. Like... yeah. Honestly, who needs those buffs to actually win? Alright, that's all done, that's all done, and... is this all done too? No, it's not. There's something else to do here. Oh yeah, these things. Okay. How do you do, friend? I have placed my gift near a venerable hotel in Mondstadt City that is now being occupied by a group of guests from afar. I wonder where that might be. It's behind it. Cool. There, got it. Okay, so I was about to say, is like, one of these things isn't unlocked yet. The giant leaves turn in... the giant leaves turn with the wind. The gift is close to the Knights of Favonius headquarters. Who's that guy? Why has he got a symbol over his head? Of course it's up top. You know what? It's just gonna be faster to come down from up rather than climbing. See? Much faster. Alright. Next one is... wait, what? Oh, there was a quest too that I have to do. Huh. But that's not what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to do... used in co-op because he's C0. How do you do? I have placed the gift beside Cider Lake where I usually feed the ducks. Don't startle them while you're getting it.
I mean, you can use them in co-op. No one's gonna thank you for it though, since you can't really support the team. I suppose. Honestly, though, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's not like the co-op in this game, or it's not like anything really in this game is all that particular hard, especially anything you can do in co-op. Alright, I'm thinking, where the fuck are ducks? Where did he say this was? I completely forgot what I was trying to look for now. I need to reread that. I don't know what I'm doing. Cider Lake. What the fuck is Cider Lake? Is that a... Is that this lake right here? No, that's... Put chests in Sumeru that need co-op to spawn. That's... something, I suppose. I have no idea what that lake is. This lake has ducks, though. Eh. Hey, fuck you, asshole. Can you believe that, pig? Honestly, I have no idea what lake it's talking about. People travel endlessly on the South Winds Road, but gifts go unnoticed at the lakeside gate. God, trying to get out of that menu is so fucking annoying. Honestly, yeah, what is this event called? Yo, DG Sizzle, welcome in with the raiding party of 3. Thank you for the raid, dude. How's it going? How is your stream? Yo, Trash, what's up, dude? Good to see you, my friend. Playing some Overwatch 2, huh? It's going alright so far. I mean, we were playing some Sea of Thieves, but then, thank you, Love, for doing those shoutouts. But our friend whose birthday it was, after streaming for 42 hours, really needed to get some sleep. She was trying to stream for 48, which was incredible, but she got it to about 42 hours and 20 minutes, and, yeah, I hear you. Let's see, Genshin and Blessings locations. I'm just looking it up. I don't care anymore. It's just so annoying opening this and closing it, opening and closing. That's when music sounds. That's not what I'm looking for them blessings. The feast in full swing. That's what I'm looking at. Piss off, Games Radar. I'm not turning my ad block off. Honestly. We are... Can't sleep tonight. Insomnia. I'm sorry you were having trouble sleeping, but I just realized that I may have turned certain
things off on boss that I need to fix. I assume that was a follow notification by DG Sizzle. I need to get my bot fixed because I thought I transferred that. I thought I transferred all my commands over, and apparently I missed a couple. But thank you very much for the follow, dude. I appreciate it. I'm very much a variety streamer. I play all kinds of different stuff, including Genshin Impact right now. So you won't connect to the inner ones. I have been lurking on their own phones. Just a lane phone, single screen. Huh. That's odd. What's going on with that, do you think? My game? Not to bounce, almost 3 here. Let's have a good great. Hey, yeah, no worries. Absolutely. Completely understandable. Thank you very much for the raid and the follow. It's greatly appreciated, my dude. I went ahead and dropped you a follow back. Hopefully I'll be able to find time to catch one of your streams one of these days. I always try to support back where support is given, so have a wonderful rest of your night. Rest well. So is this last one just inside the Knights of Favonius headquarters or on top of? Because I was up there, so I don't... Inside, got it. I figured it must be because I was on top of the headquarters and I didn't see anything. Hey, will do, brother, will do. Take care, rest well. And what you been up to, Trash? How you been? Other than the whole internet issue today. Yeah. I say it occasionally, I don't say it all the time. Let's see, we're going... just here should be fine. It's the day of the girlfriend. I played a bunch of Mario support. You mean Super Mario World 3? That sounds like a good time to me. I freaking love that game. Okay. I saw that before the fucking icon told me where it was. Alright, got that. Let's see. We need to... I think here will probably be the best option for these three. Wait, no, not this way. That way. People in control. I mean, I can understand that. I mean, like you say, I mean, you know, I'm not into competitive first-person shooters. Although I have been slightly debating giving a try to some just so I could play with some friends that
That's almost all they do. Not that I'm interested in the game so much as just interested in playing with people, you know? Alright, got those, and then we're going to the Dawn Winery for the last two. Yeah, okay. Got that one. And the last one's down south-ish. South and east. More south and east. Mine. Okay, now all of that should be done, right? Yep, all of that is done. Got that, got that. Which means I should now have that. Excellent. Now the only thing left to do is the quest lines, huh? Yo, Pikachu! What's up, dude? How you been? I hope you're doing well. Oh, by the way, darling. Tired. That's understandable. Yeah. I slept in this morning.
This way.
Yo, Hester!
What are these hilly trails doing here?
What is up, dude? Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are you doing? How was the stream? How's Elite Dangerous treating you, brother? That clip I posted last night got literally 0 views on YouTube. 0. I don't know about that, Trash.
Finally! These hilly trails are a little too obsessed with food for their own good. But never mind that.
5-year-long
Are you
war?
okay?
Damn.
Did they hurt you?
War never changes.
I'm fine, thanks to you. You were just in time. Any later and all you found here is a pile of pulp. And I don't think there'd be much left of the fruit either.
Glad to hear you had a good stream, dude. It's good to see you, man.
Got it. Well, thanks again. I'd better not delay this delivery any longer. So, goodbye and happy Fine Lace Fest. Thanks to you too, kiddo.
Enemy following.
Enemy? I think we're a little closer than that. On some level, you could even say that we're brother and sister.
What?
Rosaria, what the heck are you doing here? Wait, actually, turning up at
Really?
is pretty normal for you. Okay, next question.
Yeah, I got
What
you,
the heck do
Pikachu.
you mean, brother and sister?
Varka taught you how to use that sword, I take it. Swift but powerful. I can spot that old timer's style anywhere.
Huh?
I see you're not much of a talker. Well, there's something else you could learn from Varka. Never lost for words, even when he has nothing to say. It'd be good conversation practice for you. Just a shame we have no idea when he'll be back.
It's okay. I will wait.
Claim to drop. What channel am I watching that I got drops
Brother
from?
and sister? Varka? Oh, Paimon gets it. Varka is a father figure to both
Another
of them, so
content drop
that
in a
makes
few
them
weeks. It can
family.
only go for
Just
so
not by blood.
Well, blood relations are overrated anyway, don't you think?
Apparently from that channel. Gotcha.
Oh, I almost forgot. You have a brother.
Cold, dark grown-up. You also don't remember what your real mother and real
Cold,
father looked
dark,
like?
grown up.
Huh.
Saving for 2
So you're
upcoming
helping him dig up
characters.
some info on his biological parents. And trying to help him build a concept of family along the way.
Could say
All
that.
right, you got me. I barely have any memories of my birth parents. The last time I saw them was long before I had any understanding of the world around me. But that seems pretty common. Even in this day and age, there are plenty of people in the world who can't stop thinking about their families, but will never get to see them. Anyway, if you're never gonna meet someone, it's not worth spending mental energy on them. It's more important to focus on the kind of person you want to become.
No, you are wrong about this.
Yeah.
Lupa
Which
call
characters,
protect each
Pika?
other. Human family also important. Must care about them.
Fine. So let's say you do find out who your parents were and they were saints. Or the opposite, they were complete monsters. What then? How would that affect your life choices? What would you do about it?
Yeah, definitely she's a 5-star.
Whew, Rosaria's take is a little on the nose. That's a hard one for Razor to answer.
But it's normal to
Don't
be
get me wrong,
curious.
I'm not trying to make this any more difficult than it already is. But Razor's feeling lost and confused right now, and all the other Mondstatters we know are too
Hey,
sunny
wow,
and white
Venomoth
to
has
tell
appeared.
it like
Catch
it
that
really
Pokemon.
is. The sun nurtures many good things, but it can't do anything about the problems lurking in the shadows.
Wow, Rosaria.
All right, I'll leave it there. Take this flower. It's icy cold, just like me.
Yeah, Pyro Claymore for sure.
Barbara's busy preparing the suck
Yeah, I
poetry
went
event
Daya
for the
too.
Valkyries Fest. She couldn't get away, so I picked an ingredient out on behalf of the church.
But can we really use a mist flower? Won't it freeze the entire barrel?
Yo, Infinity! What's up, brother? How you
Well,
doing?
not now that I've dealt with it. The bard did say to think freedom, didn't he? So go on, take it. It won't be a problem.
Aw, Rosaria! You're more thoughtful than Paimon realized.
I'm
Wait, you heard
guessing
what I said?
5-star,
Are you
but
spying on us?
Thank you.
who knows?
Don't mention it. It's nothing. Varka's been a big help to me in the past, so just consider it returning a favor. Besides, if I'm your older sister, I might as well act like it. Good luck finding your answers.
I'm gonna play some Overwatch in a bit. Genshin's doing alright.
Now you see her, now you don't.
Just,
Slowly getting
catching
used to
up
your
on
style.
recent events and hopefully doing some storyline afterwards, because I am super far behind because I haven't been playing
As love, tender, and
much
true goes, that
recently.
was pretty awkward, but still counts, right? Now all that's left is the Knights of Favonius. Razor.
Yeah, that's what I
Are
just
you
said,
still
Pure.
thinking of
What's
what
up, dude? Good to see
Maya
you.
said?
I get a shout out for my friend Pure Illusion,
Her
please.
words are like mist flower. They are cold and they sting. But cold also good for wounds, like wolf hook. I need to think about it. Maybe then I will understand.
Take time. There's no rush. No need to rush
Okay.
it.
I will come with you. I think while we walk.
1 a.m. Oof. It's understandable. Oh, actually, speaking of which, I did forget to mention because I said I wouldn't be able to stream on Thursday nights going forward because of overtime. Well, since that coworker got his guard card all of a sudden out of nowhere, looks like that's not going to be an issue anymore. So I will be able to stream on Thursday nights. Yay! You know, assuming people don't call out sick or something.
So you see, you're the best person for this.
Oh, just in
Hey,
time.
no worries, Pika. I appreciate
Lisa and I
that.
were just talking about Razor's situation. Where were we?
Yeah, I work
Ah,
security.
yes. The barrel.
But obviously the nuts part is supposed to be a defender's will. But what kind of ingredient is a barrel?
Seems entirely
Is your
reasonable to
brain
me.
half asleep or something? It doesn't make any sense at all.
Oh, Paimon, don't worry. You'll get your ingredient. I've already tasked someone with sorting it out. The person is very conscientious and wants to properly research their contribution, so it may take some time, but hopefully it'll be worth the wait. As for the barrel, how else were you planning on mixing all the ingredients? Surely not in the giant cooking pot at Dada Upa Gorge.
It's taking a really long time right now in AZ. I think it's insecure just because it's easy. Beats the absolute fuck out of Walmart, although I'm getting a little bit sick and tired of working overtime because people don't want to work and I gotta cover their stupid asses.
After much deliberation,
You know?
I realized this was a job for the most
But, I mean,
sociable
the job's
and
easy.
savviest member in our ranks, the cavalry
And the
captain.
pay's better than
So
Walmart
I
too,
asked him to
so
take a
I
trip
ain't
to the Dawn
complaining.
Winery and
Much.
somehow bring back a wine barrel.
All right, spare me the flattery, Lisa. We're all friends here, and I know you're only trying to help your student. But I haven't been back there in a long time. This could be quite difficult to accomplish in just a single trip.
Difficult.
You know what I'm saying?
For you? Don't be silly. Negotiating is your biggest strength. Fine Lisa Fest is one of the most important festivals in Mondstadt, and you know how Diluc thinks better than anyone. Just drop a few little hints, like how this is the first festival Mondstadt has had in a long time. We're short on much needed supplies for a multitude of reasons. Oh, who can help us? When he hears that, I guarantee you he'll offer to help out with finances and sourcing goods.
No, I hear you, Hester.
Literally trying
Makes
to extort
perfect sense to
theft
me.
of Diluc.
That's
I suppose.
kind of part of the
Alright,
reason I got
I'll
out of
head out
Walmart,
right away.
honestly.
Well, he didn't take much persuading.
Because, you know, working in electronics had a lot of just carrying a bunch of heavy shit like TVs
For
and,
Razor behind the scenes.
you know, computers and all that kind of shit.
Paimon doesn't even know whose side to be on anymore.
Threw my back out twice working at Walmart in the 8 years I was there.
Traveler and teacher did a lot for me. A lot of work. But me, I still can't answer questions. So useless.
Dear me, what's gotten you so upset, my little wolf cub? We can't have you being so down in the dumps.
Questions you can't stop thinking
I
about.
see. Cutie, how about you keep Kaya company while I stay here and help Razor process his feelings? As his teacher, I owe him some tutelage anyway. Come and collect him in a few days' time. The last ingredient should be ready by then as well.
Splendid. I was just thinking about how nice it would be to have some company on my trip.
I don't know what is right, but I trust teacher. I accept.
It's a
Run
plan
along
then.
now. Then don't forget to tell D-Luke that the Knights of Favonius send our regards.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, free for me, and it's usually free for new hires, depending on the company you go to get it, just because they're hurting to get new people in so much. So generally, most companies provide guard cars for free. Otherwise, getting a renewal usually costs about $75,
You're fond of a good drink, aren't you? My Laserfest must be right up
which
your
fucking
alley.
sucks.
Kaya?
Oh, I'm sorry. My mind was elsewhere. What was your question?
Never mind. Nothing that important.
Like I said, though, it depends on where you go.
Hi there, Master D-Luke.
No, it could definitely be
I
worse.
was just wondering who'd be
Kind
coming
of stupid
all
I gotta
the way
pay
here
it
to
all, though,
Vine
because it's like,
Laserfest. So,
if I don't
it's you
pay your
two.
down a person, why don't you take care of it now,
And
too?
you, too.
Brr, so cold. Almost enough to make me feel unwelcome here, Master D-Luke. Don't forget that this is my home, too. I'm fairly certain that taking a trip home during festival season is a universal custom, common to all the cultures of Teyvat.
Please get to the point.
The point is one that you've already raised yourself. The Vinelacefest. To celebrate this long-awaited festival,
Damn.
the acting Grand Master has been coordinating with both the church and the
And you only have to
Adventurers
renew
Guild
every
host
2
a series
years,
of
at least in
events.
Arizona. Could be
Unfortunately,
different in
given
different
the
places.
financial
I can't say.
situation of the Knights of Favonius, well, I'm sure you can imagine.
And the Knights of Favonius's woes have what, exactly, to do with me?
Hey, no need to be so cruel. Even I'm not going to take that. Everyone's just doing the best they can for Mondstadt. Now, I can't remember the last time I tasted Dawn Winery's Vinelacefest special. And I'm sure the Mondstadt populace would echo this sentiment. Are you going to deny others the opportunity to drink to their heart's content just because you don't like to drink yourself?
Check it out. Kaya's not so subtly asking for freebies. He's actually doing it.
Anyway, speaking of the Knights...
Pretty sure she was talking about
everyone
Kaya
really
and
hopes
D-Luke,
that
but
we will join our
okay.
ranks again one day. Then we'll be one big happy family again. If we were able to enjoy the sterling reputation of Master D-Luke, my... I'm sure people would be queuing for our charity booth all the way to Falcon Coast.
Give that silver tongue of yours a rest. You might need it to maintain public order at the festival. Duly noted on the financial issues you raised. I'll have Elzer follow up with Hertha in more detail. And I just so happen to have a batch of wine that I can offer as a token of appreciation to everyone that has been working so hard for the festival. Shall I address it to you personally?
That would be an absurd request, even for me. The words, with compliments from the Dawn Winery, ought never be preceded by, to the cavalry captain. Is that not the unwritten rule?
You're better informed than I thought. In that case, I will leave this with Adelind and keep everything anonymous.
I really can't thank you enough.
Master D-Luke is so generous. That's all Paimon needs to get that warm, fuzzy feeling. Which is just as well since she won't be allowed to drink a drop.
Huh. Are you two here regarding the Vine Laser Fest too?
Poor Razor. He grew up so fast, and he's still looking for his father. Master Diluc, we really ought to lend him a hand.
How come Klee said he's looking for his mom, but Kaya says he's looking for his dad? It might make more sense to them, but it's
Yo,
gonna get
Infinity!
confusing for
Thank you for the
everyone
sub,
else.
dude.
It's okay. I understand. We have a
I
spare
appreciate
barrel
the hell
of
out of
wine.
that. Thank you so
It's a
much.
little old, but it's been specially treated for durability. You could leave it next to a flaming flower all day and there wouldn't be a scratch. I think that one should satisfy your needs.
Sounds great! We'll take it! When can we come fetch it?
No need. I'll have someone deliver it to the festival market. Just collect it from the Angel's Share stand.
Aw, you always make things so nice and easy for us, Master Diluc. Thanks a lot. Razor will really appreciate it.
You're more than welcome. Helping each other is what friends do.
Wonderful. Always eager to help, and never forgets to return a favor. That's the Master Diluc I know.
Oh, it's nearly dinner time. Would you care to stay for a meal?
How time flies. I'll be on
Thank
my
you.
way
I'm
then.
rather fond of it myself.
How did you put it? Ah, yes. Taking a trip home during festival season is a universal custom, common to all the cultures of Teyvat. Now that even Master Diluc has made an offer, are you quite sure you won't stay for a meal after coming all this way, Master Kaya?
I couldn't possibly, Adeland. I wouldn't want to trouble you.
Oh, don't say that. How often do I get a chance to indulge my dear Master Kaya, hmm? Tea for the cavalry captain when you visit in an official capacity doesn't count. I only get to spoil you if you let me cook for you.
Oh,
Well then, what happened to your swagger? Lost for words?
Diluc, you...
Surely you wouldn't dream of disappointing Adeland.
All right, then.
Kinda, sorta, not
I'll
really.
take you up on the offer. Adeland, one
Basically,
more
my
soft copy,
mascot's
please,
somewhat
if you'd be so
inspired
kind.
by Zelda, yes.
Whew,
Ugh.
I'm so full. Adeline's cooking's amazing. Everything looked and tasted so beautiful.
It tasted beautiful,
Glad you liked it. You're welcome to join
but
again
basically, my
anytime.
mascot,
Then I may have to tag along on the Traveler's Adventures more often in the
that's her initial look.
He's back to his usual
Designed by
ways.
my friend Simply
future.
Lazy on
All right, now that our
Instagram.
task is complete and our bellies are full, it's time for me to get back to work.
Take care, Master Kaya. Have a safe trip back.
We should get to meet
We're
his
actually
mom.
doing some
He's just
updates
taking
on
care
my
of Razor,
mascot,
but the
though.
Vine Fest can't do without us. See you next time, Master Diluc.
Indeed. Goodbye.
Let's just see if I can, this folder here. But yeah, we're doing a overall redesign of the character with my new artist, Peach Bear. Well, I say new, but Peach Bear's been my artist for a while now. And they're doing a significantly improved upon version. So we're going to be changing up our stuff a little bit. I mean, the sub badge will be basically the same, but because we're changing the wings will be different in the sub badge. Wait until 2 days later, huh? I don't know where I have that saved
Lisa
right now. I
said
can't
that
seem
the
to find
Knights of
it.
Avonius would help us get ingredients for Razor's wine, right? They should probably be ready by now. Let's go check.
Just go to my chat with Peach Bear, I suppose, and find it that way. There she is. But yeah, so like I said, we're redesigning the character to look like this in the future. Which I and apparently everybody else likes a lot more because the community helps design it and made, we did votes on colors and outfit options and wing design and all that, and this is what we came up with. Which I think she looks a lot better like that. So we'll redesign all the emotes and everything to, match eventually. So like in the case with the sub badge, the wings will change, but not a lot. Otherwise, like it'll look the same. It'll just have the different, wing shape. But yeah, basically, like I said, the whole thing was designed to have my own like kind of fairy helper, kind of like Zelda or other video games that you have a little fairy helper following you around.
Whoa, you scared Paimon. What's gotten the two of you so worked up?
Sucrose and I agreed to present the wine ingredient to you together. But when she heard that Razor will be showing up, she insisted that she won't spend a moment longer here than she has to.
I'm not good at dealing with strangers. Anyway, as long as the ingredient gets into the right hands, that's all that matters.
Oh, that won't do. We worked on this together, and we should present it together. I can't take credit for what you did.
Sucrose is too precious.
It's not about the credit. Wait, so does this mean the Knights of Avonius' ingredient is a product of bioalchemy?
Yes, it's a quadruple sweetness sunsetia.
Oh,
Quadruple
it's waiting on me to click.
sweetness? But aren't regular ones sweet enough as it is? Also, why is Sunsetia?
Okay, let me give you the full story. I love the scent of wine, and after reading up on the art of winemaking, I've grasped some of the key principles. In short, whatever ingredients you use, it's essential to include something sweet. In an attempt to select the most suitable ingredient, I gathered samples of all the sweet plants and fruits I could find in the Mondstadt area. Then, I tried them all in turn and took detailed notes. I also factored in the differences between the same ingredient grown in different locations. For instance, sweet flowers from Springdale
Noah put a
are
lot of
little
effort
sweeter
into
than those
this.
at Cape Oath.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of work.
It was no problem at all. Just my duty as a maid of Favonius. The chance to source the Defender's will on behalf of the Knights of Favonius is a huge honor for me.
Well, your eyes are sparkling. But Paimon thinks it could be because of Lisa's brainwashing.
Anyway, I was worried that my evaluation would be too subjective if only I were involved. Thankfully, I ran into Sucrose the other day on her way out of the lab.
Oh no!
What is it, Sucrose?
I just remembered why I left the lab that day. I was supposed to go and fetch some lab equipment we imported recently.
Oh.
That look on your face seems to say you forgot all about it and have been in the lab this whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh.
Don't worry about it. It's my fault, really. I'll go and see Marjorie about the equipment shortly. Carry on, Noelle.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Sucrose is a true professional when it comes to this kind of research. I showed her my list, and she made some extremely valuable suggestions.
Please, you don't need to go out of your way to compliment me. Noelle filled me in on the background of the whole situation. I was
Uh,
moved to see how seriously she took this task, even though she'd never even met Razor before. However, none of the potential ingredients she had identified were perfect candidates, in my opinion. What we needed was a
sure,
fruit
sure.
high in sugar and easily fermentable. After a final look at Noel's list, I picked the Sensetia sample from near Cider Lake as a basis, with a view to improving it. Using bioalchemical techniques, we were able to amplify the sweetness, then conduct a few tests to compare the results against the benchmarks.
Watching Sucrose work on an experiment when she's in the zone blew me away. Such focus and determination.
I already said don't compliment me. Anyway, the result of our research is the Epsilon Series Tetrasweet Sensetia, Variation 63. And it's finally ready. The sweetness has been verified through rigorous testing, and the size and color are both optimal too. Noel shortened the name to Quadruple Sweetness Sensetia. Unfortunately, it can't be produced on a very large scale under the current conditions, but as long as we have enough for Razor. Traveler, there's something else I'd like to share with you. Growing up, I was lucky. I was never the best at dealing with other people, but my parents never placed any expectations on me. They never said to me, "You need to be more sociable," or anything like that. They just said I should do what I enjoy. So, I'm well aware that I'm one of the lucky ones. I haven't lived Razor's life, and I can't pretend to imagine what it must have been like. So, I don't know how much it will mean coming from me, but I truly hope he can find happiness and spend his life doing what he loves.
Oh, Sucrose.
Sorry, I am late again. Teacher forgot about the time. Kept talking and talking.
That's alright, we were just chatting. Whoa, deja vu. Paimon said the exact same thing 2 days ago. Wait a sec. Where did Sucrose go?
Wow, she disappeared the moment he opened the door. Hello, I'm Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius.
Hi.
Here's our ingredient for you. Oh, but I can't take full
I
credit
like how
for it.
short
I
and
have
to
help
the
from the
point
alchemist, but right now
Razor is.
She,
She's a little busy with work.
right, yes. It's a shame she couldn't be here to present it to you in person.
Smells like potion, nectar, and animal crystal fly, right?
wow. Nothing gets past your nose, does it?
This Sunsetia is sweeter than ones I have smelled before. Clee said alchemy is amazing. It can make things better.
Yeah, sure. Two
That's
Reapers
right.
duking it
I
out on
hope
your
that the sweet fruit
server.
will help you brew the sweetest wine.
Nice. Also, a message passed on. Spend your life doing what you
Thank you
love.
all. When she has time, I want to thank her also.
Leave that to me. I'll figure out a way to persuade her to not work so hard all the time so that I can introduce you to each other.
Okay, I will wait.
Alright, now that we have all the ingredients, we can finally start making the wine. For that, we'll need a
That
barrel.
game has levels?
Which, if Paimon remembers correctly, is waiting for us at the Angel Share stand.
What does level 5 mean? I don't honestly know.
Good luck with everything. See you next time.
Ah, I see.
Honorary Knight Razor over here! Look who it is! Wow, it's Diana! Paimon was sure we'd run into you at the Cat's Tail stand sometime,
so far, we haven't seen you all festival. Ooh, traitors. What? I'm so mad!
Yes, I know who
He told me
Diona
the
is,
whole
thanks.
story. So, this bright idea was a brainchild of you two? How could you? Razor is Daddy's friend, and he was a good influence, right up until you got him interested in wine. Razor, you better promise me that you won't turn into one of those old booze hounds that drinks themselves silly, slumps over the bar, and bursts into tears.
I don't understand.
Sounds like there's been some crossed wires here. Clee, what exactly did you say to Diona? I told her that Razor's looking for his mommy with the honorary knight's help, and you both seemed really sad and said you needed some wine, so maybe Diona could help. Before I finished, Diona said, Clee, say no more. I'm getting involved in this if it's the last thing I do. And
Oh, jeez.
okay, Hyman doesn't even know where to start.
Sounds like a plan, Mass
We
Effect.
left out a few important details in the story. Let us set the record straight. So you're saying Razor wants to make the same wine that his mother and father once made? So he can learn more about them? You better not be making this up to try to pull the wool over my eyes.
Absolutely not.
Sorry, Diona. It was all Clee's fault for not explaining it properly. So, are you still mad? Or can you help Razor make the wine? I caught a bunch of fish for us to eat. And you can pack Dodoco too if you want. I wasn't that angry.
A wild Clayster has appeared. Catch that Pokemon.
I just don't want Razor being led astray, that's all. That's why I may have raised my voice a little bit just now. Well, since none of you plan on drinking it, then I suppose I can help you just this once despite my reservations. But I need you to know that I'm a mixer, not a brewer. So I'm used to working with the finished product. If you really want me to start with a bunch of raw ingredients, that's fine. But I can't make any promises about how it'll turn out. Yay! Diona is the best!
Okay.
Bunch of flatterers. Now watch this. All done! That was quick! Now we just need to find a place to store it.
I'm not sure.
Wait for a windier day. Does that mean we need to put it somewhere exposed to the wind?
Maybe Windrise? Very windy.
Yep, if you say the word windy, that's the first place on every monster's mind. Cool, I want to come too. I have to keep an eye on my foolish father, so I won't be joining you. Clee, come and play again some other time. I will, I promise.
Hey, congrats on the Clayster, dear. I mean, okay.
What a curious coincidence meeting you here.
I have to do an extended stream anyway, thanks to Alex, so...
Well, I awoke to the most magnificent aroma in the air,
After following the sweet scent of fresh fruit to its source, this is where I ended up.
Yeah, the fruit are super fresh and super duper sweet. I can smell it as well.
Yes. Oh, I remembered something important. Something that you have to do before sealing the barrel and burying it in the ground.
What? We missed something?
Razor, do you still remember the scent of that half bottle of Thousand Wind wine? I believe there was a hint of bitterness in there.
Yes, there was.
And with very good reason, too. The source? This.
Dandelion seeds.
You're familiar with dandelion wine, right? Well, the people of Mondstadt believe that the wind can bring back the soul and also preserve memories. Dandelion seeds are like living gemstones, formed from the first wisps of wind in the year. People add them to the mix at the last second as a
So
way
what
of
are you gonna
capturing
do
the
instead,
wind
dear?
the very moment that the barrel is sealed. The memory of that moment is then stored in the wine for all time. So, Thousand Wind wine is the original dandelion wine.
Whoa. That's so cool. So now our
Okay.
story will be made into wine too.
As for why it always has a different scent, well, that's because people have the freedom to include whatever ingredients they want.
What is it, Razor? What you thinking about?
In Mother and Father's wine, I can smell dandelion seeds, but I don't know what else. In my wine, there is a lot of friendship. I still don't understand my mother and father, but I still have you and everyone else. Everyone has done so much for me. Farka, Teacher, Clee, Bennett, Uncle Brown Cat, Cold Lady,
Uncle Brown
Grown Up with
Cat.
Fake Smile,
Grown up with fake smile.
Gray Tough Girl, Person that smells like Animo Crystal Fly, Uncle Brown Cat's daughter, Green Guard, Paimon, and Traveler. I remember everyone. Making wine
Except you
was
can't
hard
remember
work.
half their names.
Making this wine needed everyone working together.
Oh,
Hard
jeez.
work with friends? Not so hard after all. I'm so happy.
Oh, I'm glad
Thank
to
you.
help.
Friends are also Lupical. Whether I'm human or I'm wolf, it doesn't matter. From now on, all of us are together. When I grow up, we will come back here, and we will open this wine together.
What a magnificent monologue. Even as a bard, I don't feel like there's anything else to add. All that remains now is to bury the barrel and wait for the fruit to ferment.
We're finally done! Paimon feels like a celebration is in order. If Paimon remembers correctly, tomorrow should be Windcoming Day, right? Wow! The animal god is coming home!
That reminds me. I haven't memorized the song for the toasting ceremony yet. I'd better get back. Friends, I shall see you all tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Wait for the whisper of the gentle breeze to rouse you tomorrow morning. Then come and enjoy a performance by the greatest bard to ever grace the streets of Mondstadt.
Oh, who's that? We're getting some kind of great performance or some great bard, apparently.
every...
Apparently, I got a couple achievements, huh? Or a achievement, at least. Yeah, just a achievement.
Windcoming Day is finally here! Let's get a move on or we'll miss.
Yeah.
Violet grass.
Alright. This is the end of this event, I assume.
So many people have shown up to welcome the Animal Archon! Huh? Why is everyone crowded around the Angel Share stand?
Tradition holds that the finest wine of the Vinelasa Fest only goes on sale after the Animo Archon has tasted it. at the tasting
Jackson,
ceremony.
what's up,
Everyone's
dude?
waiting in line for the big moment.
Ugh.
Good morning, my
Welcoming
friend.
the Animal Archon back is just a means to an end for them, huh? What about you, Lisa? Are you here for Razor?
Yes, I was feeling a little concerned about him, but I just spoke with him, and he tells me that the winemaking went very smoothly. Ah, such a relief. A glass of the festival's finest will go down smoothly now, too.
Wow, you too, huh?
Razor and the others are over there. You should go say hi.
Hey, there you are.
Whoa, what's with all these bottles? Selling your own homebrew now?
These are for Razor, from us.
Mommy said that everyone's welcoming the Animal God today, and we need to give him some wine. If the Animal God likes the wine, he'll turn into the wind and bless everyone.
I'm doing good.
The Animal God to be happy, so he helps.
Had a chill day.
Oh, honorary knight! Look what Albedo let me borrow.
This bottle is from my dad. Luckily, I managed not to break it on the way here. It's just for show, though. I have to give it back to them afterwards.
Mommy said that the Animal God can drink a lot of wine. She said if he wanted to, he could drink the whole of Cider Lake in one big gulp. So, do you think we have enough between these and the wine raiser's parents left behind?
Ah, Green Bard.
Everyone, I am greatly honored to be able to be here today. I have been invited by Acting Grand Master Jean of the Knights of Favonius to perform a piece for everyone. Thousand Wind Wine. It is some of the finest verse I know. I dedicate it to the wind and to everyone here with us today. Fill up the barrels and store them away, then wait for a windier day. Wax the bottles, seal them tight, for the south wind that soothes, for the north wind that bites. How does this fine wine taste to the tongue, as Mondstadt to the ear, like a sweet dream of freedom? And what are the fruits that
JP
went
didn't.
into the brew? An explorer's courage, a love tender and true. A defender's will, strong as yesteryear, joining the thousand winds in a song of good cheer, turning sour into sweet, bitter notes fade away as we wait for a windier day. Pray tell, what treasure does this barrel hold?
That's kinda
'Tis
lame.
wheat's greatest triumph, the true liquid gold. As it flows from the keg, what sound drifts by? Wind chimes in the boundless immemorial sky. We raise up our glasses and voices in song as we wait for the wind to sing along. Where do we turn once the thousand winds take flight? To the tales of the lyre, to the sweet dream of tonight.
Dear friends, let us now open the wines.
To the Animal Archon!
To the Animal Archon.
The Animal Archon.
There's no wind.
Don't feel sad, Klee.
But why didn't he come? If the Animal God didn't come home, is it because he doesn't like the wine we brought for him?
I don't think so.
Of course not. You know, Klee, the wind isn't the only form that the animal Archon can turn into, he can turn into anything. So today, he must have come back looking like something else. Huh? Really? Maybe he turned into a Jumpy Dumpty. Sure! Jumpy Dumpty it is! Hope you're listening, Animal Archon! Racer, did the Animal Archon bring you a blessing?
Yes. I talked a lot with you all, and I learned a lot. Now, I am not afraid. I think that is a blessing.
Don't forget to save me a glass of your wine once it's finished fermenting.
Yes. We share together, and we remember together.
Yay! But now I'm getting thirsty. We've all done a lot of talking. Let's go get something to drink, shall we?
I heard that the Angel Share is selling a new drink called Fruits of the Festival. Everyone's saying it's delicious.
I want some! I want some!
Okay, everyone, let's go.
I mean, yeah, no. I'm watching.
Please, listen.
The wind! The animal god is coming!
Oh, Diona.
Crush it and place it on the fracture. Listen, Missy. Promise me you'll live on.
This is where you must stay. You are our only hope. Forgive me, Kaya.
Good, very good. That's my boy. I will always be proud of you.
After all the time we spent on it, the wine still isn't ready. May as well leave it for our son.
Razor, what do you think of that name?
Oh, an adventurer's name. Yes, I like it.
Razor? Razor, come on!
Yeah, and all right, we're all done with the event. It looks like everything's picked up, selected, yada yada. That skipped a few levels. Yeah, you ain't wrong there. Whole lot of nothing. Alrighty then. I don't quite remember where I left off in Sumeru, to be honest. Wait, what? I have a quest in the chasm still. Huh.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same.
Didn't realize I still had a quest in the chasm. Let's go here. The chasm will haunt you forever.
Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything, should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanali? Hey, what's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good.
Yeah, we watched this before.
Right now is correct.
So yeah, me leaving midway through this quest, I'm looking at a cinematic we've seen already.
Are we
Yeah.
too late? The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting. Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear? She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely. The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace
I had this cinematic last time we played Genshin, but then I left before finishing the overall questline, so now we're stuck watching the cinematic again.
But personality-wise, she's puppets are stiff.
Honestly, though, I can just skip this stuff, because I did see this
I
already.
gave her a little wisdom, so she could look at life in a new way.
You know,
So
as
that
much
she
as
could
you're
be her
able
own
to skip.
person. But even so, she's stepped far from it. I'm still alone. I couldn't even save her. Please don't beat your... Don't be like that. To prevent more Great, but... Although that means this... Huh? Well, which means... Imagination? Imagination, like when the server... However, if the dream will respond... But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how, find some... How are we going... And even if we did... After all, like you...
But basically where I ended is at the very end of this cinematic.
Yes.
And then I left town and it reset the whole fucking quest.
Such a simple... Yeah.
Because I needed to do dailies.
Everyone's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host?
Suspecting us to be far less likely to know this is a dream.
Who do you think the host of the dream is?
Terrace, the Night of Flowers. Now we're caught up to where we were. I am going to do a quick AFK and get a drink and use the restroom. I'm going to go ahead and go on the Be Right Back scene while I'm away, and I will talk to you all very, very shortly.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about the wait. All right, now we're gonna go talk to Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, which is where we left off last time we streamed Genshin. So picking up where we left
You're
off.
back. You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little hard to explain.
Yo, Nikolai. Been a while. How you doing?
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though. What do you need me
How
to do?
you been, my friend?
Could you make a wish?
As your wish can be true before your very
You
eyes.
want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Less questions, more wishing!
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Aww.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also
That's good to hear,
wondered if the
Nikolai.
reason
Good to
she
hear.
asked me to be Fairest Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her, or something.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is. When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zero's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time. Okay, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing. Okay, I'm ready
Yeah.
to make my wish.
Pretty
I
embarrassing.
would
Yeah.
like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh, you're...
What?
Faki? Sorry, but only one portion of Yelda candies per person. Back home you go. Nice try,
Building
you
character on
two.
Genshin. Oh yeah, which character?
Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's happy.
Guess he isn't the host of this stream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy. It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her, but none of them has any idea that she...
My lady, step back.
That sounds like Dia! Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps into the kidnappers.
He's gonna listen, they won't forget.
Huh? But Dia can handle them. Hey, Traveler!
I'm not sure why. Like, why do I need to teach them a lesson they won't forget? They're not even... Yeah.
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take...
Smash tails in a row. Leave these guys to me.
Hey, this is my job. The Homiyanis pay me, not you.
Leave.
Ugh, fine, alright. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up anyway? It's not like I don't trust your fighting skills.
A wild
Anyway,
Beheeyem has
watch
appeared.
yourself.
Catch that Pokemon. I have never fished in that game.
So you got yourself some backup.
Sea of Thieves.
Suit yourself. You're going down.
Stabilize.
Rain Cutter! Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul!
A mystic retreat! Go! Higher, higher, higher!
Yo, Scion, what's up, dude?
I'll be back.
I don't know, fishing mini games in most video games kind of just piss me off.
Were you just taking your anger out on those guys?
Just angry at myself.
You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something. Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to
I'm
pick
good, I'm
something
good.
up? She said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay,
So I do
so
remember that.
Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. She pointed it out to us the night before the Sub-Zero's festival.
Check out the item is.
Yeah,
Sure.
even if it's only a tiny clue, it'll probably still help us more than this needle in a haystack search.
Maybe.
This is the place.
But no, today was good. I didn't stream on Trovo, and I just kind of hung out, played some video games on my own, just slept in for a change, which was nice.
Paimon's gonna take a peek inside. This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table. Should we open it?
Jeebus, that's a lot of text. An elegantly written note. After almost 16 days, I was finally able to get these notes written before the Sub-Zero's festival. Once the festival ends, you and Paimon will probably continue your journey immediately, so I was hoping that I'd be able to give this to you before that. This is a compilation of folk legends concerning Lesser Lord Kusanali, created from a series of interviews that I conducted in succession and wrote down. I interviewed so many people that I'm afraid that there are very few who know much about her. Still, I hope this will be of use to you in your search for her. Harvaville's water supply was once contaminated, forcing everyone to go very far out to get water, but one day people suddenly found that the water was drinkable again. And some said that a green light was seen near the water source the previous night. Everyone believes that this was the divine power of Lesser Lord Kusanali's at work. This sounds quite possible. The decontamination of water sources via natural means probably takes ages. Did Lesser Lord Kusanali appear at Grenharville then? After Mama passed away, I was super afraid of the dark and couldn't sleep, but from one day on, I would hear a voice that would shout with me till I fell asleep. A nice lady told me that Lesser Lord Kusanali must have been watching over me. Poor child. I hope that the Sub-Zero Festival makes him a little happier. This is quite similar to something I experienced back then as well. She is indeed a gentle god. Oh, Lord says no, so I shut up in a Dragon Ball Z Vegeta voice. There was this one time when I'd had a wee bit too much to drink and couldn't find my way home to save my life. Then, when I turned a corner, I could have sworn I saw Lesser Lord Kusanali. She was very tall and had the most muscular arms. At me when I slipped and fell. The next morning, I found myself sleeping under a tree. I reckon it must have been her looking out for me. I'm not sure this one has that much value as a reference. That was probably just a tree, right? These folk records appended with Dunyarzad reference and opinions have leave every page densely packed.
Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us even while we were away. Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival and had all her health problems to worry about. She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her. Hey! Where are you off to now?
Hopefully to kill some fucking asshole. Whoever the fuck's doing this damn dream harvesting needs to die. I don't know how punching Paimon away. I mean, probably.
It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
I see one Zhongli. Nice. Guess I'll feel better if I say this out loud. Thank you.
Traveler? You must be exhausted. Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago.
I mean, C1 Zhongli's a good character to build up.
Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about
I mean,
Nilu's Dance of
true.
Sub-Zeros.
Barely recall it now.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Is there?
Yes, Traveler. What is it?
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come...
Not leave behind any regrets. Let's go,
Where are
Paimon.
we going this time?
Watch the Dance of Sub-Zeros.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly bit.
Go! Phew! Go! Huh?
Not sure how you expect to watch that when it's going to get canceled.
Huh?
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this? Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia. I don't want to drag you into this.
And I'll kill him.
Traveler, what the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another day gone to waste.
Hey, Kalira! How you doing, friend?
Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff?
Just like I thought, they're puppets.
Of course! If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage?
What's up with those flowers?
Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Padisaras went extinct after her death.
Yes, the Greater Lord brought forth new Padisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers, but she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Padisaras? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice. Dunyarzad, did you find these?
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away? So, Al?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Close your eyes.
Uh-huh.
Imagine that the Grand Sage and his entourage are not here in front
You
of you.
guys are acting weird. But okay, I'll try. Hey!
They disappeared! So Nilu's the host! What a surprise! Purple Padisaras don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage. It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assumed there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Padisaras in the flower pots. So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu? But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming. How should we make Nilu realize that?
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
How'd you come to that conclusion?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sub-Zero's festival?
No.
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream? As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City. So it was
Sure.
about the first sage, huh?
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world
A
was
wild
being
Snover
poured
has
onto a
appeared. Catch
canvas
that
right before
Pokemon.
him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be
Yeah, I'm gonna
worried."
stop writing.
The Dendro Archon
I appreciate
smiled.
it, Jackson. Thank you very much,
The
dude.
next
But yeah,
second,
do what you
the
gotta do.
sage
Take
found
care of
himself
yourself.
lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love." In the end, The first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the academia. What a happy ending.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
Yes. But his
Well,
faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro
Scion.
Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story!
Now that Neela is aware, the stream should be
I see.
over.
Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival
Check the
is
memes.
almost over too.
Memes channel on the Discord.
Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zeros as beautiful as we can.
I've been waiting a long time for this. Please dance your heart out.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sub-Zeros.
I hear that.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilou's dance.
Yeah, well.
Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time.
That really was, Nikolai. It really was.
Did we oversleep? Do you even remember going to sleep last night? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. The Sub-Zero's festival! Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero samsara? Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal!
You know the dance of Suzu's? I think I saw. Quick, let's go see Dinyazard. It took a lot of attempts to get something close to what I was trying to do. But that's the best one that I got so far. I had an AI drawing for like ever since you said it. Let's go to the usual spot.
Well done, Traveler and Paimon.
Catherine?
And thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing the Sub-Zero's festival for me.
I'm sorry, who are...
Dunyarzad! You're okay! Oh, don't scare us like that!
Oh, Traveler Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you. I just had a dream, and I saw Nilou performing the dance of Sub-Zero's.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival. And... Dunyarzad, did you save her? It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
I have been spending a lot of time on that bench during this quest line. I'm very happy that Dunyarzad isn't dead. Hydrate. She really did. Yo, Kiro, what's up, dude?
Let's talk about Dunyarzad first. It's such a relief that she's alright. After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what the Traveler had described.
Oh yeah?
Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara. So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end. Not a moment too soon.
A very happy ending. This is truly a miracle.
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. I need to spend more time observing human emotions. Both are fine. Everyone reacts differently. Alright, you two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
Oh, I saw in the dream at the Avidya Forest.
At the Avidya Forest,
Avidya.
there was this insect that
I don't know what I said.
unconscious and dream of a huge tree and a red sky. You also heard someone's voice, right? It said world and forget me. Yeah, so you do know. We've been wanting to ask you what that was about, and if the red sky was related to Conria. It seems like the Traveler established a connection to Irminsul. That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory before she died. As you two probably know, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared after the disaster in Conria. The timings of these events do line up, so your suspicions are reasonable. A message from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? We thought it was from the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King? That god who died even
The Scarlet
longer ago?
King.
Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him. You probably just heard some of their conspiracies. Okay, so what does the message mean? I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of doing that. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul seems to be contaminated with something that has a very dangerous aura to it. Many devoted scholars go mad as soon as they connect their consciousness. I've warned the Academia about this many times, but people still keep falling victim to it. But I believe this is the key to saving Irminsul. That's why I've kept trying to decipher it. So the tree in the vision was Irminsul? Oh, Tainari also said that Irminsul is sick! Is it because of the contaminated consciousness? But even if you can't figure out what that vision was all about, it seems like our search for you was all in vain. The Traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness. I've never seen anyone like that. With you here, we may have a chance at deciphering it. No, we must decipher its secrets. I've already eliminated all other factors that might affect Irminsul. This is the only one left. This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Teyvat's.
Why do you look like Catherine?
I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness. How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy other people's consciousnesses? Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet. Hold on. Did we just learn some secret? So Catherine is... No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her.
I mean, I called that years ago. Not Snezhnayan, but that she's a puppet.
Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Surasthana? That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing. So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they! Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida? In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death,
Clearly she wasn't.
still empowering this nation. And
If she was omnipotent, she wouldn't be dead.
from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also more
Just saying.
at governing this country. My existence has little meaning. Yeah, you got a lot of believers. Just look at the Sub-Zero's festival. Everyone who showed up truly loves you. Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha.
Wild Bronzong has appeared. Catch that Pokemon.
My life's mission and top priority. I will work on that and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime. Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there. Doing all that should be enough.
About the
There's never
Sage's
been
plan.
any big problems with the Academia's governance of Sumeru. This is the first time I've seen them step out of line. I wonder what caused them to go down this path, and what they hope to achieve. Even though the city's residents haven't noticed anything strange, if the traveler hadn't broken the Sub-Zero Samsara, the situation could have become dire. I tried to do some investigating in the Akasha, but I couldn't find anything suspicious. And all the people of interest seem to purposely avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. I think they're deliberately trying to hide something.
Yeah, no shit.
In Gandharvaville, there was a sage who had invited Kainari to join some kind of project. Could it be related?
Yeah, that wouldn't be surprising at all. The Fatsui have their dirty fingers in everything.
Make things right, and punish them if needed. But I'll have to be discreet, or they'll see me coming.
No one has realized the issue with the Akasha?
How the Akasha stops you from having dreams? Yeah, it's been such a long time. No one's noticed something's up? It's not that no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection. Misdirection?
Okay.
The sages convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom. Not dreaming is a badge of honor in Sumeru. Even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha. With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha to facilitate their research. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be used to its full potential. That's why I've never come out strongly against this. Anyway, the perspective advocated by the sages drowned out any voices of doubt. By now, even those who never use Akasha terminals find it too shameful and embarrassing to talk about their dreams. Got it.
I have no other
I
questions.
hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge. To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero Samsara in the immediate future. Go and get some sleep. Leave everything to us. What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
I can imagine.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Maybe you were sleepwalking.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
We happened to walk by, so we thought we'd wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go. Thank you.
We spent quite some time in Sumeru City, but ever since we last said goodbye to Lesser Lord Kusanali, we haven't heard anything from her. Oh, we can't just keep waiting around like this. Let's go find Catherine and pick up some work so we can at least keep ourselves busy.
Who the hell's Effendi and why am I talking to him? Effendi's a guy that doesn't have any voice lines, so I don't care. Oh, I finally unlocked bounties? Is that what you're telling me? Well, I got to the point where I can unlock bounties. I guess I still need to do, like, quests or something to get level 2, but yeah. Yeah, but I can actually start turning stuff in and potentially, eventually unlock it. It's not that long. I just gotta get level 2. Which means I gotta do a bunch of side quests and or explore Sumeru. The real question is, can I change... Nope, I still cannot do dailies in Sumeru.
Astra Avisask. We meet again, you two.
Hi, Catherine. Do you have any commissions for us today?
Commissions, huh?
Yeah, but weren't you like reading the quests? Or am I mistaken?
How about this? Please attend the Academia's Academic Symposium this afternoon and recite a love poem on stage.
Wait, say what now?
And if possible, please also use your camera to capture the reaction of the audience upon finishing the poem.
Huh? What kind of commission is that?
I feel embarrassed just imagining it.
It appears that you're not interested in this commission. In that case, please go to Port Ormos and convince the Eremites there to spend some time volunteering at the local orphanage.
Hey, that's not any better.
Okay. Isn't that just asking for a beating?
I'm sure the mercenaries will have some interesting reactions as well.
Paimon's gotta ask. Just who exactly has been submitting these commissions to the Adventurers Guild?
Oh, the commissioner? Well, actually, I just wanted to see the two of you in action.
You're not actually Catherine, are you?
Was it so obvious? I was hoping you would actually take one of those commissions. That kind of chance to observe humans doesn't come by often. Ah, so it's Nahida. Paimon just knew Catherine wouldn't crack those kinds of jokes. When did you get into her head? From when she said, Ad Astra Abisask. So it's been you this whole time? Are you done resting up, Nahida?
She got done resting quick, didn't she?
Sleeping ever since we parted ways. And
A whole 2 minutes!
long dream. It was another dream about the Sub-Zerus festival, except it was a happy one. In my dream, I was sitting in the middle of a flower terrace, and everyone in Sumeru City was holding hands as they danced in circles around me. They danced round and round, and everyone looked really happy. I also got to sit on a gigantic flower carriage. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, raised me really, really high above the ground, and I was throwing an endless amount of Yalda candies at the children. You know, Nahida, maybe your dream is how the Sub-Zerus festival really should be. It's meant to be a joyous time where everyone gets together to celebrate your birthday.
Yeah, but in reality...
Wasn't I describing a really happy dream? Why are you both looking at me like that? Wait, could this be an example of the emotion known as pity? No, we're not pitying you. That would only make everything worse. We just don't want you to feel too sad. By the way, have you had a chance to visit Dunyarzad? How's she doing? The Homianis haven't allowed any visitors after the festival, so we haven't been able to check on her. Yes, I paid her a visit right after I woke up. She was resting at the time. Her condition is stabilized. However, since Elazar is a manifestation of the withering on the human body, we can only cure it by finding a way to take care of Irminsul's own withering. But for the moment, our top focus should still be figuring out what the sages around us and what they're planning.
Sure.
Right. Who knows what'll happen if they manage to pull off another scheme like the Samsara of the Sub-Zerus festival. So our first priority should be investigating and putting a stop to the sages' activities. As for how we should pull that off, let's discuss it somewhere else. There are too many adventurers around here. Oh, good point. Sorry, adventurers. We're gonna be borrowing Catherine for a little while.
Okay. What adventures? Like seriously, what other adventurers? There's like literally no other adventurers here, but okay. And we're literally just walking away like 3 steps.
Okay, so do you educate the sages, Nahida? Actually, I've already done a little bit of work on that. But for now, I want to hear your thoughts.
Possess a key figure in the academia, possess the students, and infiltrate the sages' quarters. You could grab someone close to the sages and question them.
We're in the dark as of now. Since we still don't know anything about their goals, any rash move could tip them off and lead to terrible consequences. After all, every person in Sumeru City is one of their hostages.
Possess a key, possess a student, and infiltrate the sages' quarters.
That's too risky. You mean it'd be too easy to get caught? No, it's not that. We shouldn't involve innocent students in this. A single mistake could completely ruin their lives. Doing that would be ignoring the safety of my people for my own selfish goals. How is that any different from what the sages are doing? That's a good point. Spoken like the god of Sumeru. I've already tried that, but all the key members of the Academia, even the core 30 guards, intentionally avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. It seems that from the very beginning, they've been guarding against info leaks from the Akasha. Of course, it could also be because they're wary of me. Have you already caught the sage's attention? I'm guessing not yet, but distrusting me would make perfect sense if they've ever paid attention to the urban legends about me. In any case, I probably can't take over their minds directly.
I can't think of anything else.
Are we really out of ideas?
I could just go up there and kill them all.
So you already have something in mind, right?
Just saying.
Suspense, spill the beans already. According to a popular theory from
They only have 30 guards.
of the Academia, rejecting impractical motions at the beginning of a planning session will give more weight to the actual proposal. Okay, but aren't you the god of wisdom? You don't have to use that kind of gimmick to make us take your ideas seriously. Well, I've been thinking that if I can't directly possess the leaders, and if I can't get ordinary people involved, then I should find someone who's already involved, but hasn't decided to side with the sages. You're saying we should recruit a spy? That does sound like it could work. Oh, before coming back, we met someone named Alhaitham. He seems like he acts alone, and he likes
I'll get there when I get there.
the Academia's back. They probably aren't in cahoots. Actually, I already have someone in mind. Do you still remember that female scholar named
Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Not at all. Do not remember that person at all.
Isn't she the one who's always trailing behind the Grand Sage of the Academia?
Oh, is that her?
We ran into her basically every time the Sub-Zero's festival repeated itself. You could even say we're old enemies by now. Paimon still remembers the smug and mean way she always spoke to Nilou. I've always liked observing all kinds of people, and Setaria has always stood out from the crowd.
A wild Oranguru has appeared. Catch that Pokemon.
Hailed as their greatest genius. Her academic gifts allowed her special admission into the Academia, and also gave her the opportunity to serve as the sage's assistant. Oh, Paimon didn't know she was from the desert. She must be pretty special then. Paimon feels like
Okay, dear.
the desert dwellers around the city are working as mercenaries.
Why am I
The name
tired?
Setaria means star.
I slept in
When
today.
she lived in the desert, she shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Later on, she was chosen by the sun. The star was given a place in the daytime sky to complement the sun's dazzling light. Soon after, the star witnessed the sun scorching the earth, which brought forth many disasters. The star began to waver. Instead of staying beside such a sun, wouldn't it be better to return and light up part of the night sky? But in the end, she couldn't give up the radiance of daytime. To cope with her shame, the star buried her guilt and closed her eyes. From the sound of it, Sataria's just hung up on the research opportunities here. But she doesn't really support the academia. She still feels guilty about not doing more for the desert, right? She's just running away from her problems.
Indeed. When they are presented with complex moral issues, many people will simply plug their ears and go with the flow until the problem can't be fixed anymore. She's suppressing a lot of guilt, but before she realized it, she had already become the sage's accomplice. She can't deny her part in their schemes anymore.
Sounds exactly like the person we need.
We must somehow make her face her problems again. That way, not only can we get useful intel from her, but she can also use it as an opportunity to redeem herself. From my past observations, Sataria will take a day off from the academia every 10 days to do some shopping in the city.
Damn, that
Tomorrow
sucks.
afternoon just happens to be a shopping day for her. That'll be our chance. To prepare, let's go check out some of her favorite spots and have a quick chat with a few of the vendors there.
Sure, why not? Is it really a riddle? Was not expecting a conversation to happen because of that. Huh. It's a side quest, huh? Not interested at the moment.
This should be Sataria's favorite fortune.
We're trying to get caught up on the main quest, because,
So
yeah.
should we ask the fortune teller about Sataria?
No, I already have enough information on Sataria. The most important thing now is for you to pay attention to the vendor's talking style and key characteristics.
Okay.
And key characteristics?
My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your fates? The divine voice of wisdom often echoes between mine ears. If thou be blessed today by the gods, I may be able to show you the way.
Huh? Really? Nahida, you've been whispering things to her?
Shh. My friend here has some doubts regarding her future. Can we get a fortune reading for her?
Of course, of course. In that case... It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you. Perhaps, at some time in the past, you have somehow offended the gods.
At least one of them.
The god of Animo questioning the Lord of Geo's financial
Come on, pick an aspect for her to divine.
I mean, when you put it that way.
No problem at all.
Fair enough. Oh shit.
The gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. Your life shall continue on for... many tens of thousands of years? Impossible. Harut, Marut, did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably the most accurate fortune telling you've ever done.
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix is suboptimal. As such, there will be no charge.
Is that so? Well, that can't be helped.
If you were to bring some food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps they could help you reverse the wheels of fate.
Many, many tens of thousands of years, huh? Welcome back, my love.
Is this another one of Sataria's favorite stalls? Yep. It belongs to a king. His father helped Sataria a lot when she first moved to Samari City, so she still comes by whenever she has time. When
You know, I could have started this. I kind of forgot
listen
about it.
carefully to the details of our conversation.
Hey, Keem, how's it going, dude?
Ah, dear customers. Would you like to look at some pottery?
We caught wind of
No.
your great craftsmanship, so we specifically came to take a look.
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild? Sounds like I'm in for some big business.
Speaking of, where did you learn this trade?
I suppose you could say it all
I hadn't
started
noticed.
with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while apprenticing for him. After that, I began
welcome
making
home, dude.
pottery by myself in secret. And I simply changed trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making much use of the knowledge provided to me by the Akasha.
That's nice. You're making a living doing something you love.
So is your father still working as a mason?
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg.
Ooh.
Since he had already saved enough Mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life in Port Ormos nowadays.
Fair
I
enough.
see. We wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some goods. We'll leave you to it. Take care now.
No problem. Rest easy, all our goods are sure to meet your every need.
Anyway, moving chat from my screen. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, weird.
This should be our final stop. Sataria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working at the academia, so she always comes by whenever she's out in the city. Nahida, you've really thought of everything! It's my duty to protect Samari's citizens, after all.
Hi there. I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before.
Probably.
Sorry, I don't quite remember. If I recall, you were having a discussion with someone about shipbuilding at the time.
Ah, that's right. I've always been really interested in feats of marine engineering.
No one responds to
After
chat.
all, I grew up in
Huh.
Leeway Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and out
I
of the
mean-
port. I came to Sumeru
Huh.
to study, but failed to make it into the academia due to my lack of talent. But I'm still discussing all kinds of problems with different
I don't
stars,
know, honestly.
and I'm continuing to study and perform research from the restaurant's basement. I'm sure I'll get to the academia after their next round of exams.
But yeah, if I jump into a stream and say hi and the person never responds, I dip out pretty... Well, not quick, but... I'll give them a couple minutes and they still don't respond. So it's, okay, I'm gonna go find somebody else that actually, you know,
So this
streams.
restaurant has a basement as well? Huh. First I've heard of it.
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most of the time, employees use it for breaks or to hold private events.
I see. Yes, that
Okay,
makes
love.
sense. Well,
Talk to you
good luck
later.
with your studies, Miss Chishan.
Thank you so much. As long as I can make it into the academia as an official student, I'll be happy.
So, was that everybody? Mm-hmm. 3 familiar faces should be enough for Sataria.
Wow.
What's the point of all the information we've collected? Nahida, you still haven't told us how you're planning to make Sataria face her problems.
Was their content at
Already
least
used to avoiding her
entertaining
problems,
otherwise?
so we must find a way
Because...
to break through her usual sensibilities.
I remember that you mentioned that the Eremites in Port Ormos are all making a fuss about the upcoming resurrection of the Scarlet King. Although
That's
it's all just
still
a
kind of
buzzword
shitty, don't get me wrong, but at least they're,
the faith
you
of her
know,
homeland may turn out
doing
to be
something.
Sataria's soft spot.
Because you know what's worse than that? When they don't respond and they don't fucking do anything at all. Like, they're just sitting here just...
Sataria feels about her homeland. Although she knew
You know what I
should
mean?
return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sages.
To criticize Sataria's actions, if King shows to make demands of Sataria.
So, how do we set that up?
Well, the Scarlet King is long gone, and Sataria is also too smart to fall for any simple tricks. If we simply engaged her
Oh, I
under
mean,
the
if
guise of the
she's not
Scarlet
responding
King's
to any of them, I can understand why no one's
would
talking.
definitely be weary of us, and we may not get anywhere. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to talk with her, her reaction would probably be very different.
So, you mean you're going to possess those people we just talked to?
Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply that they've already converted to the faith of the Scarlet King, and then convey our made-up will of the Scarlet King. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sataria for sure. She'll never guess that we had anything to do with it.
Ah, so that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on these people. It's so that you won't slip up and break form. Possessing them will only work if you can manage to pass off as them.
Exactly. So, best of luck with impersonating them.
Wait, what?
Huh? Best of luck? But we don't know how to possess anyone.
That's no problem at all. I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also wearing an Akasha terminal, the effect will basically be as if you've possessed them yourself.
Huh. That is pretty convenient. But why does she have to do this? Can't you do it yourself?
Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at imitating them.
You're not wrong. It's always been painfully obvious whenever you try to pass as Catherine.
If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone. But seeing how things are now, I probably should just accept it and push on.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it. We're only doing this to help everyone, and we'll only be borrowing them for a little while anyway.
Alright, then let's give it a go tomorrow afternoon.
So I'm gonna learn the trick of possessing other human beings? Seems kind of sus. Huh. Hey, Wild Eldegoss has appeared? Whatever the hell that is. Some kind of Pokemon.
Here she comes! Sataria's here! Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find a safe spot to begin possessing them. As for how we'll sway her to our
Wait, the
side,
Necromancer.
I'll leave that to you. I trust you'll know what to say.
Paimon's starting to feel kinda nervous. Okay, let's go. Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding spot and get started.
That's not sus at all.
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And Besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still listening to me, Nabia?
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles with your love life, right? I heard everything you said.
Okay then. You just seemed a little distracted for a moment there.
Grad scheme.
Strange. Your cats seem pretty worked up. Is something wrong? I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again? Ah, that's right. They are just little darlings, aren't they? Harut and Marut.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today? You must have come for another echo of the divine voice of wisdom.
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you, I feel like I've been a real mess recently.
A mess?
Well, could you do a reading on how long it'll take me to finish my current project at work? I really just want to get it over with.
Paimon in the background there.
No problem at all. The gods will reveal the truth.
Ah, the gods have
The
spoken.
gods are asking, Sitaria, why haven't you gone home?
Why haven't I gone home? Do the gods really know everything I've been thinking about?
Sitaria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead of a question. The gods seem to be truly upset.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. Please pass on my most sincere apologies and ask for their divine forgiveness. And if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who's speaking to you right now?
What an inconsiderate and naive question. The god who is speaking to me is, of course, the wisest and mightiest of all, the Scarlet King.
The Scarlet King? No wonder he would make such a demand of me. Oh, wait a second. The Scarlet King passed away a long time ago. Even though news of the Scarlet King's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can the Scarlet King still exist in real life?
Is it disinformation campaign?
Insolence! I am the Scarlet King's most loyal believer. Do you wish to refute his voice of wisdom?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory has touched even this city.
You're starting a
I will
petition.
think very carefully about his demand of me. I'm sorry. I must go now.
Wait!
What about?
Oh, she just ran off in a hurry. She looked pretty upset, too.
Well done. Sitaria didn't seem to suspect anything amiss. To have something she's been trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her, that must have shaken her to the core.
Aw, Nahida, it seems like you understand human emotions really well after all.
All I know are some abstract Harvard-taught theories. In any case, my time with you has shown a lot of them to be utterly useless. I'm still trying to make sense of everything. Anyway, enough of that. Let's hurry and catch up to Sitaria.
Hey, the day's reset. Primo James.
She's out of Keeps now, right on cue. Let's get ready to possess him right...
You want me to cosplay as Dea?
It's okay. I just got caught up in something. Oh, actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again?
I mean, in either case, I don't have that kind of money to be buying no costumes. You want to buy me a costume? We can talk.
Oh, right. Your old man's craft. How could I forget? Speaking of, how's he doing? Is he feeling any better?
He's feeling a lot better. He's walking more now.
Oh, that's good to hear. I've been thinking a lot about him. If I could get some more time off, I'd love to pay him a visit. Actually, while we're talking about him, is he still living in Port Ormos?
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Please pass on that recently, faith in the Scarlet King has taken root in Port Ormos and has begun to spread across Sumeru. He has a quick temper and has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't want him to get into a fight with those Scarlet King believers because of a difference in beliefs.
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? The Academia or the Scarlet King? I'm so jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, yet you chose to betray the Scarlet King, and now you spend all your time with those crooks from the Academia.
Akeem, you don't mean you've also become a believer of the Scarlet King?
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise Scarlet King? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
Can't pick a side? Me?
Whoa! Paimon had no idea you'd be so good at this!
Wasn't too harsh,
You
was
really
I?
zeroed in on the issue and put it right in front of her. It might feel a bit overwhelming for Sataria. But once everything is over, I'll be sure to pay her a visit to her mind and explain everything. Anyway, let's keep going.
Come on! Sataria's already started...
This is a really odd quest, just gonna say.
Shishan, have you noticed anything weird in the city lately? Like, as if someone was trying to preach to you about something?
I was spending all my time studying the basement. I forget, was she studying in the basement or the attic? I can't even remember what she said.
Wait, did you just say attic? I thought this place didn't have an attic. Also, don't you usually study in the basement?
Well, the restaurant recently added an attic. I've been studying there because it has better lighting. Oh, right. Speaking of strange things, I celebrated the Sub-Zerus festival so many times that I lost count. That was really weird.
Wait, how could you be aware of that? That should be impossible. Nothing in the report indicated anything like that.
Are you still failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all of Sumeru's citizens?
Jishan, don't tell me that you've converted to the Scarlet King as well!
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of the Scarlet King. In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You, who worked side by side with the Academia and treated people as nothing more than experimental subjects?
Please, please stop!
We're really fucking with her.
Sataria's still trying to run from her problems.
What do you mean, Keem?
She can no longer justify everything to herself.
Hey, she's trying to talk to the guards. What should we do?
This is the most important part of all. Quick, get ready.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message to the Matra right away. The situation in the city is getting out of control.
I'm not
Try to
surprised.
remain calm, miss. Tell me what's happening in the city.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents to their side.
Heretics? What kind of heresy are you talking about?
The Scarlet King! Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long
I'm
dead.
not
It's
saying that it's not. I'm just saying I'm not
Miss
surprised. Rule 34 of the
Nothing
internet, my
is
friend.
impossible.
There is porn of it.
You know my name?
The Scarlet King is immortal, and all who defy him will one day pay the price. You must face the truth, Sataria. You tread a treacherous
Stavaloy,
path,
good to see you,
and the longer
dude.
you ignore it, the tighter the
I'm
Academia's
doing
grasp
well.
on you will become, and the deeper you will be ensnared. Child of the Scarlet King, never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise Scarlet King? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of the Scarlet King.
Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers
Fantasy
in the
Online.
Scarlet King. I have to say, this is a familiar
We talk about
feeling.
14 or 11?
I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over my part in the Sage's plans, and from ignoring the letters from the children of my homeland. But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
I've always wanted to try to play 14. But I can never really get anyone to play with me, so it's a hard one to want to play if I'm playing solo, you know?
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides, did you really want to conduct your research while carrying such heavy feelings of guilt?
Yeah, no, it
You
is.
know me so well. Are you truly just a believer of the Scarlet King? Or are you the god himself?
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the Academia and its sages, and to correct their mistakes. If you could provide some assistance in this matter, perhaps it could serve as a form of atonement.
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Your appearance must be a fated opportunity for me to get out of this wretched situation. Please tell me, what can I do for you?
Great, we finally convinced her.
How much do you know about the sage's current activities?
I was just one of the designers for the masked dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Sub-Zeru's festival. But I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume that only staff with the highest clearance would have access to those confidential documents.
A wild LGM has appeared. Catch that Pokemon.
Specified requirements. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city, and even the sages are still quite wary of him.
By the way, Savaloy, do you want to play some DVD in a bit?
To fight against the Academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand Sage, and I've been working on many tasks outside of the project.
One thing, though. I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always closely monitored all activities within the Akasha. Let me see. Let's use the most primitive method. Send someone to pick up the documents tomorrow evening at the Academia entrance.
The Academia entrance. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous?
Don't worry about that. I assure you, this won't be a trap.
June Z! What's up,
Because it'll
dude?
draw more scrutiny for me to leave the Academia again.
Yeah, I just realized I don't
It'll
have
be
any mods
safest for
here
me to
right now, it
distract the
seems.
guards
Let me do
long
some
enough to hand you the
shoutouts.
documents.
Alright, I trust you.
So,
How are you, my friends?
if I were to successfully complete this task, would it mean I've atoned for my wrongdoings?
That'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro Archon.
The Dendro Archon. That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the god of wisdom, she's also the one responsible for judging and guiding the scholars. Maybe it's time for me to find a god to believe in.
Just as Nahida predicted, we've managed to bring Sataria to our side! The Traveler's execution was ingenious. She's the one who deserves all the praise. Well, now that we've made plans to meet again tomorrow evening, all we can do is pray for Sataria's mission to go off without a hitch. Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you? God of wisdom and guardian of the scholars? No.
You know,
The true guardian of scholars. I've always believed.
funny you should ask.
Anyway, let's meet again tomorrow evening at the Adventurers Guild.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Junzi, but I hope you're doing better now. Good, good. Glad to hear that. Let me see, can I find this information or can't I? Pretty sure I can. I just gotta go all the way back. Yeah, here we go. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Check some sleep. Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries. Take care. Get some rest. That's actually the game that I started streaming on. The very first game I streamed was Immortals Phoenix Rising. All the way back in April. Yeah, I really need to go back and finish it, though, because I haven't actually finished it yet, and I really would like to, because I enjoyed it. I exalted Breath of Dawn, but I couldn't get into it because it's frustrating cleaning around, to be honest. The second isn't as annoying. I really liked the first one, but I can understand the frustration with it. Let's stay on there. I just love it because it's, you know, based on, you know, mythological characters, you know, being, you know, Zeus and whatnot in it. And then, I just really enjoyed the humor of it.
You are the other Catherine, right? That's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind. Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect Catherine's identity.
The humor in that game is amazing. I love it.
We cannot fully rule out the chance that the meetup tonight is just a trap. If something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all,
The academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world.
Yep, exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard.
Yeah, let's make instead of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and it really shines through in that game. You feel like something is off.
What do you feel is off?
It's a little too quiet around
The
here.
middle of the night. Of course it's quiet. You're not getting paranoid.
Ow! That was
I
loud.
think she's right. It really is a lot quieter than usual. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is the case for the entire city, though.
Huh. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also to get everyone to go to sleep early, just so we can exchange the documents in peace.
I also can't quite figure out
Fair
why
enough.
things feel a little off. But now
But yeah,
we're here,
definitely tried it. I
and
love
meet
it.
her
It's
if we
really, really good.
Well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, Paimon feels a little safer.
Yeah, well, I am. Clearly.
Silly.
Huh. There really aren't many people out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards.
Ooh. Okay, this isn't the right spot. Should be up there. I've not been able to get into Assassin's Creed at all, personally. I played the first one, and I really didn't like it. And then I just never tried any of the other games, really. What do you mean, Scion? I did forget to start running it. That was the first battle, if that's what you mean. I forgot to start it earlier.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor. If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Samir City.
Chikari, what's up, dude?
What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people.
Leave now. You need to get out of here.
What? That guy's a Fatui Harbinger! We can't just leave you here!
Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru! Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness.
To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
It's 5:24 a.m. It's pretty early in the morning, not gonna lie.
This should be far enough. Paimon needs to catch her breath first. Is Nahida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her.
Let me jump between mines, hopefully she'll be fine.
Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. That guy was number 2. So scary. He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told
I could
us
kick
about
his
him.
ass if you just let me.
Satoria did say that someone who once got expelled from the academia came back recently. And that even the sages are wary of him. Yep. Sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor.
We underestimate the scale of this problem.
Yeah. Now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the academia. They're in cahoots with the Fatui. But what are the Fatui after this time? Another Gnosis?
Find a way to reunite with you. How to...
Things would be a lot easier with Nahida's help. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right?
Start our own investigation.
You mean...
Let's go find Tainari.
Right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some project when we were staying with him in the Vidia forest? That has to be the same project. Even though he turned it down at the time, he might still know something. There's no time to lose. Let's go to Gandharvaville.
Space time in the TARDIS. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, never really got into any of the Assassin's Creed. I played the first one, and it frustrated me so much that I never bothered checking out the rest of them, really. The thing that really ticked me off the most about it, honestly, was this, like, you know, you're running around in this big open city, and then you run into invisible walls telling you that you can't go that way. Like, what's the point of an open world game if it's gonna have such restrictions on where you're allowed to go?
You've fallen right into our trap.
Are you mercenaries from the Corps of 30? Did you come here to arrest us?
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs who don't even get scraps for their work. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in all of Sumeru. We're here on the orders of a client known only as the Outcast.
The Outcast? An outcast from the academia?
Sounds like the Doctor. A wild Mincino has appeared. Catch that Pokemon. Welcome, person might have had a different edge over the Fatui, who is taking advantage of the Academia's resources.
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat. We'll shut
Hey,
you
sounds
up
good,
soon
Savaloy.
enough.
Sounds good.
Get them!
You're up, traveler!
Yeah, no problem.
Following orders. Solidify!
Fair enough, dude. Fair enough.
Know my sword.
This is order.
It isn't over yet! Here comes reinforcements! That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like?
That was not rough at all. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Looks like we'll have to keep our guards up. like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Did he predict that we would try to find Tainari? Going up against smart people is tough.
Not really.
Let's keep going.
If he was smart, he would have sent something stronger at us. Hey, Maglor, appreciate the lurk, friend. I hope you are doing well.
Traveler and Paimon, what are you two doing back here? Kale, it's nice to see you again. Are you doing alright?
To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My Elazar has been progressing at a faster rate lately. I'm finding it harder to complete more intricate
That's not
tasks.
good.
As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. He will only allow me to stay here and coordinate other people's tasks.
Nope.
Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to talk to him.
I mean, they're lurking,
Oh, Master
but they haven't said anything in chat at all.
Forest a little while ago. He was headed to Party's DI.
He left? But isn't Tainari always saying that he never wants to leave the Avidia Forest? He even turned down the Sage's invitation.
I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above everything. He almost never leaves his post. He left in a hurry this time, though. No,
Did you give a
I
reason?
only found out that he left through a message he left behind. He also made sure to delegate all his tasks using a schedule. To leave in such a hurry? I'd guess he had something urgent to take care of.
Sure, makes sense.
Master Tainari originally studied in the Amorta Darshan of the Academia, and Partis DI is something like the Amorta's research base. Many rare shrubs and grasses have been planted there for research. I know that before he became a forest watcher, Master Tainari once spent a long time conducting research at Partis DI.
A research base, huh? Gotta wonder what kind of research Tainari just decided to work on all of a sudden. Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Party's DI.
Just take care of yourself, Kolai. Don't push yourself too hard, Kolai.
Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm used to living with Elazar by now. If you run into Master Tainari, please send him my regards.
Got it. Will do. See you later, Kale.
Are you kidding me? I gotta go do some fucking side quest to keep doing this. That is so annoying. Wait. Catherine is busy completing the task Adventurer Takes Courage. What? All right, I don't even understand that. Like, I didn't pick up the fucking quest recently, so I must have had this quest the entire time. So how is she suddenly now busy with this quest and not all the other times I talked to her? I don't get it. I'll be right back, though. I need to go use the restroom.
kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
So many local specialties in Superior. I want to buy more.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
I am back. Yo, Seraphim, what's up, dude? And Lycan, Fanny, hello, friends. And yeah, that's what I told him, Fanny. I said that you were not here, but you are in chat, so you've been lurking. And I appreciate that. I hope you and Lycan are doing well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jeansy. Appreciate it. Did we... No, we have not. Get a shout out for Seraphim, please?
Wait! Look who it is! Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried about you. Hey! This was supposed to be a touching reunion, but you're ruining the moment! Actually, it's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, the Doctor has shown that his technology can apparently even control human minds. Plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up and I was facing the Doctor by myself. Even a
The wild
stagnant
Glalie has
water
appeared. Catch that
after a torrential
Pokemon.
storm can occasionally pass as a patch of sky. Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
I believe you.
But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything. All I wanted was to clarify my point. Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us more about what happened. Are those poor people all right? When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the Doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious, he didn't mean engraving information into their minds. Instead, he did something closer to creating hallucinations. That was still within my power to fix. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me. What a relief. The Doctor sure pulled out some hidden cards, but good thing we had Nahida with us. I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another one of our trump cards. Also, the Doctor is already
Nahida's possessing Catherine.
Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter of time until he captures my consciousness inside the Akasha. Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then how do we stop him? He's still in the academia, so it's possible he already started messing with the Akasha.
Need to hurry, our position will only get worse with time. By the way, Whenever Savaloy gets back, I was thinking about doing some DBD like it if you want to play. If you're feeling up to it. I mean, Fanny would be invited too, but I assume Fanny's going to be working at that point.
Let's try to find another way to attack this problem.
Catherine needs some applesauce.
How did you know we were trying to get to Party's DI? Have you been waiting for us?
Yes, I have. I can see the traveler's elemental energy, so I deduced your destination by looking at the direction you were moving in.
Really? Because I teleported
You
here.
didn't come here for sightseeing, right? Did you find any leads?
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him. Why don't you come inside with us and see what we can find?
Okay, let's just hope we won't get him into trouble.
Hey, no worries, no worries. Just thought I'd offer since I was going to be playing that with Savaloy. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I get you. How are you enjoying that game? I've seen it on my Steam recommended list, but it just looked kind of...
Traveler?
It looked kind of dull to me.
It is you!
From the screenshots.
The voice! It's Hypatia!
Long time no see.
What a pleasant surprise! It's so nice to see the two of you again.
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the... what's it called? Satyavada life?
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time. Ever since I've come here, hardly
me too.
talked to me.
Hypatia,
The screenshots just looked boring.
actually, for you to leave the Avidia Forest means... you're not in training anymore? Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach Pariporna life?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to make contact
Sounds
with the
amusing.
You did it! Congratulations!
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with others at long last. When my consciousness made contact with the gods. What a supreme and unparalleled experience that was.
That sounds incredible!
Okay, we're here for Tainari.
Oh, all right. Actually, please wait. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct connection to the consciousness of the divine.
Can you?
You can do that?
Believe her, Nahida?
I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try, I'll do my best to protect your consciousness during the process.
Oh?
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneal with me.
Oh, Fanny, check the meme channel, by the way. I thought it was funny.
All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Ready?
No, that's using... What is it called? Hold on.
It's
Wonder
for me to
app.
finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounce the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
You connected to the wrong deity. That was neither Great Lord's consciousness nor King Deshret's consciousness.
Did I actually just see the Baladier's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia was talking about?
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god! Such a noble will! Such sublime emotion! Alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart. Oh, great and merciful God! Please grant me forgiveness and salvation!
And
You understand now?
business days?
I'm afraid this is no Puriporna life, but rather...
Wake up, Hypatia.
You! Why are you so mean to me? Why is everyone hiding from me? I found divine wisdom. Shouldn't I receive praise and honor? Haven't I uncovered that light in the darkness?
Hypatia?
That's how I always thought everything should be. Wait. Have I already lost my mind?
Sure seems that way.
Wait, something isn't right.
You guys got the wrong job. It's fine, it's just a robot. Mr. Krabs is a robot. What the fuck? Why is he in a gigantic mecha? Yep, I tried racing gets it work. Good luck with the robots and such. Gundam.
Okay, we finally lost him.
Wait, when did I find Tainari?
the Traveler's back?
Uh,
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure right before the Catherine puppet was destroyed. After that, Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here.
this time she didn't just transfer her mind into my body. Our minds swapped places.
You swapped places? You mean your consciousness also went into Nahida's body? Wait, then where is Nahida's consciousness? Where is she now?
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. I don't think this can be achieved with current human technology.
I mean, it's
Also,
a god.
while we were running, the consciousness in your body told me to pass on a message. She said, "The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies."
And hi, Kinky.
Nahida's trapped in the sanctuary of Surasthana for good this time. Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague.
It's in a code that only we know. We can't let the doctor figure out what we're up to.
Oh, that makes sense. Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything without him knowing. She's being extra careful. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies. Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from that alchemical divination at the Sub-Zero's festival. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria.
The moon refers to Nahida herself. Starlight refers to the people of the desert. Illusion of lies refers to the academia's plans. I mean,
That makes a lot of sense.
lurking also welcome, my dude. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you very much, dude. We get a shout out for hi first time.
She isn't with us anymore. Think we'll be okay?
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana. Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who is occupying the Traveler's body, is the Dendro Archon?
Your guess is correct, but the situation's a bit complicated, so it's really hard for us to explain right now.
That's all right.
Oof.
A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the
That's a long
complicated
train
nature of
ride,
the
my friend.
situation, safe to say I have witnessed that for myself. I've spent
A
some
wild
time with
snubble
you,
has
and it
appeared.
looks
Catch that
like
Pokemon.
The Dendro Archon's also on your side, so I trust you.
Thank you, Tainari. Oh, actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project that the sages have been working on?
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always secretive about its scope and goals, so I eventually declined. All I know is that that project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
I think I know what the project is about.
Did you see something when you were in Nahida's body?
The academia is turning the Baladir into a god.
Do you have any evidence?
I saw the nascent god under construction.
So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's
That
symptoms
sucks,
were different
dude.
from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact with the consciousness of a new god who is still in the process of being born.
Tainari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Pardes Dii and began searching for a way to return her to her normal self. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile at Aru village. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly of Lesser Lord Kusanali, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not accepting their invitation.
Fatui is also behind some of this.
Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. Sounds like we're in for a bad time. From your description,
Yep.
I don't think they've completed their project. There may still be room for us to intervene.
Hopefully.
Then, what is the connection between creating a new god and restoring Irminsul?
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the sage's goals.
I mean, that's good. Let's head to the desert for now.
We've pretty much gone over everything we need to know, so we should head out. How about you, Tainari? What are you going to do?
I'll stay here for now. I still want to try a few more things to help Hypatia. If you're planning to go into the desert,
No, I got you.
Start by heading for Caravan Rabat. That'll be your fastest route. Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help. May the spirit of wisdom go with you.
Thanks, Tainari. Hopefully Hypatia will feel better soon. We're off then.
So it looks like I can finally go to the desert now. Why am I trying to run there? I'm sure I have... Yep, exactly. It's like I'm sure I can teleport somewhere closer. Honestly, I didn't expect to get to the desert that quick. I thought we were going to have a lot more quests to do, so I guess we weren't that far behind.
It's pretty lively here. So, just past this wall is the desert, huh? Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall, it's gotta be the divine work of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, right?
Truly awe-inspiring.
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Over here.
Al, where did you come from?
Oh, Ethan went that way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
What the? Where did she go? How did we lose them? They were just here a second ago.
You're blind? And be glad that you did lose me, because you'd be dead.
Anyway, Traveler, it seems like we were being followed again.
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago.
Thanks, Al.
There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the academia.
Fair enough.
I'm on a scare, Al-Haytham. We never thought we'd run into you here. Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the academia? Wait, don't tell Paimon that you're here to take us back on their orders.
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the academia's hit list. I can't say that I didn't expect it. However, had I wished to turn you over to the academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
Did you participate in the
I have
Sage's
no
big
interest
project?
in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the Sages can offer.
They were actually looking for me.
Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, I've run into some difficulties.
Oh.
Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, I must understand how the capsule first came to be. Which brings me back
I
to
need
you and why
to.
you're so interesting. The leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the divine knowledge capsule right in front of you, and upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you've been hiding from me?
This is because I was so shocked to hear those words again. World, forget me.
Oh, Hatham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff like that?
The situation is a little complicated.
So that's your answer. Well, I do work for the academia after all. So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your cards close to your chest. But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the divine knowledge capsule. Am I right?
No comment.
Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own. Speaking of, you two are also headed to the desert?
That's right. We have the same plan as you. But we don't really have any concrete goals at the moment.
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel than anywhere else. Well, would you like to head there together?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
It's always better to travel with someone you know. Let's go!
Alright, let's explore the desert. Where are you going?
Rise!
Oops, I didn't press the button all the way. Oh well.
Rain cutter. Huh? Rain outlines your.
Oh, more fungal sport enemies. Cool.
I will have order.
Go the ship down!
Huh? Witness the power of Gurwa. Rain outline.
Honestly, these guys were so separated.
Jackpots.
I mean, taking me the exact direction I wanted to go, so that's cool, I suppose. That's what I was after.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place! Let's go check it out!
Shit, I should have got the fucking... I should have got the damn thing before I clicked on this. I didn't realize it was going to walk me into town all the way. I need that! Hi, Sino. kind of an asshole, isn't he? Just walk into a town and he starts attacking.
Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia.
Yo, Azura Rose, hello and welcome. Thank you for the raid.
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment just because you managed to escape my attack.
Judgment? So
Wait,
that's
what?
how you characterize your actions here, is it?
Oh, you did the
Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate description?
Wait, what?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been
I
able
am
to
very
stop
confused.
Me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
But hello and welcome, Azura Rose. What were you streaming?
Did you call him General Mahamatra?
How was the stream?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare
What do you
for
mean,
any who have
Ska?
committed academic crimes.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Al Hatham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I wouldn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth.
My name is Shaylee. I am a
scribe for a
variety
long
streamer,
time.
currently obviously playing Genshin
I urge you,
Impact.
stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
You seem to think. That doesn't mean I'm going to stand by and do nothing.
Has Al Hatham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
I won't waste my
Generation
breath
Zero.
explaining
What's that
things.
about?
Al Hatham. I saw it during our fight.
Hunting
Take it out.
machines.
The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it for myself.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Killer robots in Sweden?
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port
Interesting.
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you? And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the
So
desert?
it's an open world
As far as
co-op
I'm aware,
game?
the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the real target
Looks
of your
neat.
mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the
Alright,
walls of the
this is
Academia?
I'm gonna throw that on my wish list and look into it more in depth later when I'm not streaming. Looks pretty cool though. Hey, Wild Tauros has appeared. Catch that Pokemon.
You two? Ugh. What you would do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can't trust either of them.
Ahem. Well, look at you two acting
Hey,
all tough and
Dea.
self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great! Finally, someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here. Otherwise, these two are gonna start fighting
I had
again.
a jump scare earlier because one jumped on me.
Sure looks that way. Two giants from the Academia
Nice.
taking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day, that's for sure. Listen.
Yeah, I don't know what
you
you're talking about,
academic
Ska.
types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
I love Dea. Or Dia, whatever. However you want to pronounce her name. I don't know. I love this character. She's awesome. He thinks to be distracted by Dia. They're still looking for an opportunity to
Hey,
attack.
did either of you hear a word I just said?
Wind, whoosh. Oh, jeez. We're not that lucky.
What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this wind is too strong! Let's get over there!
That sounded like Candace.
Sounds like a plan.
Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you academia folks such hard work? Move it!
All right, stop yelling.
Oh my god, this cinematic will never end. What's it waiting on? Do I have to click to make this pass? Like... Okay, sure.
This is pretty awkward.
No doubt.
Want to play sardines with 3 people who want to tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Our savior has come at last! Nice to meet you, Candace.
You know, I don't know how I didn't notice before that Candace had heterochromia. And I really like that.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Did you really?
She's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister. Unlike those guys over there.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return
That's
to the task at
awesome.
hand. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started. And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest.
Was he playing Survivor or
If anyone dares
Killer?
to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the
Survivor.
creatures of the sandstorm.
On second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it, Candace.
I mean, true, but...
So, which of you will begin?
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Al-Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh? Exile yourself?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress.
Makes
As
sense.
General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself. I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of incriminating evidence were carefully concealed from me. I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. He even said to me,
The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us. So they really are up to no good. I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their control over knowledge. The vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the academia of today.
So then you decided to
I
exile
believed
yourself?
it would be wise to finish academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find the truth, I will administer judgment by my own name.
Cyrus
Sure.
seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages. Plus, he's no longer the General Mahamatra. He somehow feels a lot less scary.
Still too early to trust him completely.
Well, Sino, if that's your story, then why did you see Alhaitham as a target?
When I was investigating the matter in the academia,
Yeah, no worries,
I overheard
Cyan.
a
Take care, my
conversation
friend.
between Alhaitham and a sage.
Appreciate you
The
stopping by.
sages
Hope you
asked
have a
to
wonderful night's
investigate a
rest.
blonde-haired traveler.
Dream of large
Do you
women.
dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented.
There, you happy, Scott?
Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the divine knowledge capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
In the very beginning, Alhaitham was... The sages were watching me from the very beginning.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the traveler.
Alhaitham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge. A most enticing offer. Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information, namely that divine knowledge indeed exists. That gave me all I needed to know. From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the divine knowledge capsule. In the end, I realized
well,
my
welcome back,
wisdom
Saint
in
Nita.
committing
It's good
to
to see
this
you,
rather
dude.
than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation. You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
You joined forces with me just so you could investigate me?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the Academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect anything. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Criminals do love to talk about coincidences. Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the Academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation
I got
after
you.
I left that tavern.
Alright, last Stream Raiders battle for the night. We're only streaming for another half hour, so...
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebot as well. Maybe he's telling the truth.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied. After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land. You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion.
Hope you're having a good day, dude.
Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
No, but I have some information.
Made myself clear. You and I are both distrusted by the academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
As you wish.
Mm-hmm. Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia.
Honestly.
I believe it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I stopped. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back together with everyone here. But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from there.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, Dia.
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
Creatures? In the sandstorm? Are you sure you don't want some backup?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not.
I thought that was Al hated. I thought that was Al's stomach. He was hungry.
You needn't worry.
Yeah, just leave them to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
After a while, the winds outside begin to calm. This cinematic is taking forever. I swear we've been at this for like 20 minutes.
The sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check on her.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Those aren't desert enemies.
Oh, Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I realized it, even the sandstorm had stopped.
Not only is she really strong, her stamina is something else.
Here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier, but now I have something to take my anger out on.
It's been quite a while since I've seen the Flame Mane in action. I'll leave these to you then.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
Ooh, do I get to actually play with her? Because that would be fucking dope. No. Of course not.
Here comes another wave! When are they ever gonna let
Yo, Rulesrun, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing this morning?
Ring cutter, no, my sword!
Goodbye.
The creatures stopped appearing. Was that the last of them?
Hopefully.
What we fought just now was probably
Good, glad to hear it.
the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time being.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full taking care of the village's elderly and
You are the village's elderly. What are you talking about?
I am the chief of Aru village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
United States, Arizona, specifically. It's a
Sir,
pleasure to meet you.
I am also originally from the desert. but I have not been back for some time now. May I ask if such sandstorms are common?
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms have become increasingly severe and frequent. Besides sandstorms, we
Romania?
also
Well, welcome
occasionally
in.
get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago, these unusual natural phenomena are related to the withering of Irminsul.
Another effect
Unless
of
I'm mistaken, you
Irminsul's
may be the
withering.
first person I've talked to from Romania.
Irminsul's withering causes
Or at least the first person who said so. I mean, not everyone's, you know,
here in the desert?
said where they're from, so.
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul.
Hope things are going well there.
These regional symptoms can indeed
No,
be a
you're from
reflection of
McDonald's, Kinky.
Irminsul's
We all know
present
this
state.
already.
Everyone in Aru Village needs to take good care of themselves. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got here?
Village keeper? Who are they? Village guards like Candace?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars exiled here by the academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia forest. The academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other
Hey,
scholars.
that's the address that you gave to Cal.
They're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if you ask me, it's all a boatload of nonsense.
Casey was also nearly exiled to the desert.
That's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, the village keepers have been mysteriously disappearing without trace. But no one in the village has ever seen them leave.
You know you're not
If
wrong,
you're planning
Scion.
to stay around the village for the next few days, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for them.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone for your past sins? I'm fascinated by how you think.
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you, regardless of my position or identity.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations. Thank you for your help.
I'll help too.
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, now this! We need to help get them back home, safe and sound. But, is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust
It's a great
him.
opportunity to watch him.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
Alright. Wait, there was a treasure chest there this whole time? Am I just blind? Also, there's a treasure chest buried here. Do I need Animo to clear that up, maybe? You got Dory from An Acquaint Fate. Are you happy about that, or...? Yes, yes, you can. Yeah. Tainari's on that banner too now, if you didn't know. Who Dory is?
Chivalry will never die.
I see, I see.
Time to act.
Okay. I'm trying to think whether I should just do like half an hour of DBD or just finish this up and then do DBD after stream. What do you guys think? Because I'm going to play DBD either way. Well, more like 20 minutes at this point, really. Savaloy, you there? You ready to play? Yeah, I suppose we could just switch over now then. We made some good progress tonight on Genshin. Where are you? There you are. Let me also hop into a voice chat channel. Kinky, you gonna play with us too, dude? Yeah, I don't know why that was still the title, honestly. It was Alex's birthday. We were playing Sea of Thieves with Alex for her birthday. I mean, you can always do Genshin dailies later. Just saying. That gives me anxiety. What, not having your dailies done? Resin being full, gotcha. Why, hello there, Kinky.
Hello.
Why did I click kill her? I need to survive. No, I need to unhook people with Jeff, apparently. I should change to Jeff and do that quest. If only I knew who the fuck Jeff was. Seriously, who the fuck is Jeff?
He's the guy with the beard.
There's a lot of guys with beards.
He looks a bit like
He's
Walmart
Lycan.
Jesus.
It's Lycan.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't have anything equipped on him. Let's see, what do I have that I can use? So we can take a boon circle of healing. So you gonna join Savoy?
Oh wow, they finally gave Bill another outfit.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Bloody fisherman Bill.
Inky joined, no problem. We try to send you an invite. Maybe that'll work. You gonna join the voice chat? Oops.
Nope, Savloy's in the waiting room.
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Weird, I can't.
Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't join. That's really odd. Tinky joined just fine.
I mean, that's because I'm special.
Yeah.
Wow, okay then.
Tinky. Well, it doesn't matter if the killer isn't ready yet, but...
Ah, fine.
Well, like I said, it doesn't really matter if the killer doesn't hit the ready button. We're still gonna be waiting. Alright. So we probably got time, depending on how fast this goes, for like a game, then I'll raid out, but I'm just gonna keep playing afterwards, because, you know.
No, I don't know.
Desi is live right now, so I'm not gonna be hanging out with her tonight. Or she be streaming.
Oh shit, it's a
Oh,
bird.
it's the artist.
Yeah.
She is upstairs right now.
Yeah, I noticed she shot me while I was upstairs.
Oh.
What the heck?
Oh, she's downstairs now.
Yeah, I noticed. I almost ran right into her, and she somehow didn't notice me.
Oh wait, that was you.
You and me were, but she went after Shay. No.
No, she didn't go after me, though. That's the thing. I literally ran into her, and she just kept chasing after somebody. Oh, Faye. You said Faye, maybe.
Faylay. Faylay and Shaylay.
Faylay. Damn, I should have brought Saboteur this game. Are they not picking that person up?
They finally did.
Got you! I got you!
Did you flashlight save?
No pallet stun.
Oh, nice!
I did have a flashlight. I have a medkit right now.
I don't know what you got. I wasn't paying attention. Clearly.
Oh no. I'm being chased. Going downstairs. Ouch. Oh wow, she has Franklin's, aka everyone will drop the sheet.
That's good then, because I have a crafting map.
What is this person doing? Oh, she's chasing you.
Yes, I was being chased.
Wait, let me heal you.
Oh, she has coach hooks.
I'm not surprised by that. Wilson! What's up, dude?
Wait, what?
Oh, Junesy!
He kicked the gen near me.
Alright, I'm gonna go down there and try to get you. She's upstairs now. I need to get unhooks after all. I'm doing very, very well, my friend. How are you, Wilson?
I think you should touch your gen. Okay. It's fine, I can do that. Touch your gen, so it stops regressing, and I'm out of this. Not again, Faye. Not again.
God, I really do love that thing that makes us scream every time somebody gets downed. That's super cool and fun. That badge is working.
Yeah, you wiggling.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yes.
Hopefully work doesn't suck too bad, my friend. Oof, 2 great skill checks in a row. Nice.
Oops.
And then you blew up my gen. Wow. Wow.
My bad.
Oh my fucking god, would you repel and stop trying to repair the gen, you stupid bastard.
It was a perk. I did that. Yeah.
If you're far away, just jump into a locker. It goes faster.
True.
What goes faster?
If you jump into a locker now, if you're far away, to get rid of the birds.
I didn't know that got rid of the birds, to be honest.
Anyone going for Faye?
I'm gonna go for Faye. I was just. Nope, never mind.
Okay.
I got her.
Alright.
Let's finish this damn gen
Oh, I
already.
got a skill check off of like a mile away from the generator.
That's weird.
Right, she's downstairs now.
Why does everyone keep going down right next to the gen that I'm trying to repair?
Find me.
Oh, we're going to the other side. No? We're not.
I
Wait,
finally got that
she
damn
ran
gen
past-
done.
Okay. You're getting out of this.
I've been trying to repair that gen for so long, and I kept getting interrupted by screaming because somebody got down next to me.
Do be like that sometimes.
I'm gonna run outside again.
My server is at 30 seconds.
I swear, no matter what gen I'm on, somebody gets downed right next to me, making me scream and stop repairing the gen.
It's just because the map is too small, in my opinion. But hey, we got 3 gens.
Oh, I almost got out again.
Oh my god, that was a scourge hook. Oh my god. Just exploded on me.
Oh no.
I thought for sure she was running right to my gen. It looked like she was. I was watching her aura just run towards me, and then I hid, and she wasn't here.
Yeah, the gen downstairs in your direction exploded.
And the gen I'm on is about 60% right now, so we're almost out of here.
Oh, nice.
Oh no,
Nice.
Savaloy.
Yeah, I
Hello?
don't want her to kill. Oh wait, she's on one hook. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
First one.
Nobody's been hooked more than twice yet. Why is she not picking you up?
No, he's downstairs now. He is downstairs.
I'm gonna recover and then fall down the bathroom where I am. Because I'm by the hole. To get me downstairs.
Oh my god. Fuck. Oh. I made a mistake. She's now picking me up. No, why would you unhook her? No. If you unhook her now, she's just gonna put me on the same hook.
Yeah, well. I was hoping she would be taking you a different direction, but she turned around and went this way instead.
There we go.
Okay, I'm being chased right now.
Oh, I can get you up.
Oh, what the fuck? Where'd she come
Yes,
from?
thank you.
Wait, why did she just hit me and leave?
Well, I'm being healed right now by Faye. Ooh, she got super speed.
My door is open.
Thank you.
Yeah.
think we can get out. Yeah. I'm gonna try and 99 the other door.
Gonna go
You just
down.
guarding the door that's 99 right now or something?
Oh, no. Just in case. Just in case she cams the.
Sounds
the
like
other
she's
door.
camping the other door.
No, this door is 99 already.
Alright, like I said, that will be the last Stream Raiders battle. We will not be doing another.
Alright. Yeah, getting out.
Yep. Oh.
Right behind you.
Ink.
You all out the other door?
Yeah.
Nice. First game, 4 escapes. Fucking absolutely epic. That said, it is time to raid. And as it is my love's first time streaming in quite a long while, we must raid her. That said, I don't know how long you are from getting home, Junesy, but I am gonna be playing for the next couple of hours. Just hit me up on Discord if you want to join us later if you're still playing.
Jincy said 2 hours an hour ago.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was saying, about an hour now, but like I said, if you want to join us in an hour, because we'll still be playing then, at least I will be. In the meantime, though, we're going to go ahead and raid my lovely woman. Desi Scorn. She's currently playing... She's currently playing Alice Madness Returns, so let's go and show her some love and support and welcome her back to streaming, because it's been a little over a month since the last time she streamed, so... Anyway, like I said, we're going to keep playing. If anyone wants to join and play with us, just like I said, jump into the... You can either jump in a live stream waiting room in Discord or, well, message me. Message me probably better. That way I actually hear it. But, anyway, we'll be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock p.m. for probably some more co-op fun stuff with Kaz and the guys. Which probably means Gunfire Reborn. And before that, of course, we have the movie night in Discord. We will not be doing Trovo as we have, you know, quit that. Which honestly is just a friggin' relief, honestly. Today was just so much better than normal. Instead of waking up first thing, jumping on stream, and streaming all day long, I got to rest and relax. So it's going to be much better for my mental health, I think. So thank you all for your support. I hope you have a wonderful day. Bye!